Alright, hello everybody! Welcome to the Ghost of Tsushima run of this marathon, which is gonna be the second longest run of the whole thing. Can you imagine that? We'll be here for about 4 hours, which is pretty nice. So, I guess since we'll have so much time to talk to each other, I will just go ahead and set everything up, and I'm not completely alone in here, so if my host just go ahead and say a few words.
Hi, I am Baron Bishop. I am new to this whole marathon streaming thing, so this is my first go at it, so bear with me if I get things wrong on the first go. Um, we remember where we left off on donations today? I don't think anything changed in the last couple minutes, did it?
I don't think so. That last run just went by so blindingly fast. I think we can just go ahead where we left off. But I guess, I would just go ahead and start the run then because, we will have a lot of time with each other around here, so there's a lot of explaining to do as well. So if the timer person is ready to go, let's get this run on the way in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Alright, best thing to start off a speedrun is obviously by having an unskippable cutscene going on, which is always the best way to start a run, right? I mean, absolutely no problem with that. And we just see our main protagonist, Jin Sakai, go around here and do stuff, I suppose. I mean, if you guys don't know the story about this game, it's basically about the Mongol invasion that happened historically back on the island, the Japanese island of Tsushima. All these lovely Mongols invading the island and killing off all the samurai, which is pretty bad. Like, don't do that. Don't go around invading other countries and killing people. That's kind of a no-no nowadays. And since we are basically the last samurai left in the island, well, not completely the last one, I'll get into that in a moment, it is now our duty to go ahead and rid the island of the invaders. Now, luckily for us, we actually, like I just touched upon, are not completely the only samurai left on the island. We still have our uncle, Lord Shimura, who is also still alive. And Jin, the main protagonist, heavily believes in his heart that if he just goes ahead and rescues his uncle, everything will be good again. And that is gonna be our prime objective for the first act of the game here.
You found me.
However, since our uncle is being held in a castle, well, he is a little bit... It's a little bit of a Princess Peach scenario going on here, I want to say. We can't do that alone, because we are not Super Mario. And that is why we actually need some assistance. So our first order of business here is to travel around the island or the first area of the game and try and get some company going on here, just a little bit party to go ahead and assault the castle in order to save our princess. I mean, our uncle, of course, obviously. I mean, why would I say princess? It's not Princess Peach. He is Princess Peach. A little bit. Anyway. We are also playing on the highest difficulty in the game, which is lethal, and the difficulties in this game are pretty interesting to say. There are 4 levels. There's easy, normal, hard, and then of course lethal. And the difficulty would do what you expect difficult to do. The enemies get more health, their attacks deal more damage, they also get more aggressive, so they will pester you a lot more on the higher difficulties than they do on easy, for example. But the interesting thing about lethal actually is that it turns all of this a little bit on its head. Because what actually happens is you can think about lethal difficulty as increasing all damage to critical hits, if you are thinking about it in RPG terms, which also means that you will basically die in 1 to 2 hits every time. However, you also deal way more damage to the enemies, which means that you can actually kill them way faster than on any other difficulty. So there is a bit of a, risk-reward trade-off going on here, which is pretty interesting to do. Because, you would think that higher difficulty, all the enemies would just be damage sponges and whatnot, but they actually are not on lethal difficulty, which makes this a very, very interesting speedrun to run and watch also, I hope.
If they're loose, they might give way.
Now, there are a couple of other differences going on across the difficulties, which I will get to in a little bit. For now, we're just going to go ahead and scout out this Mongol encampment here. Just because this is Yuna, she's probably the second most important character in the game, and her brother, who is a blacksmith, is being held prisoner by these Mongols, and in order for her to join our cause, she wants us to help her free her brother, and since Jin is just such a goody two-shoes character, he of course agrees to that. So let's go on ahead and try and rescue her brother here. Now I'll get to the outfit that I'm wearing here in a moment. Let's just wait for them to finish off the dialogue, and then we'll go in here, and in a moment we will have a little bit of a flashback going on, because you gotta remember, you know, samurai are supposed to be all these honorable warriors and stuff like that, as probably everybody at this point knows. However, you know, we are alone. There are a lot of Mongols, and Yuna basically convinces us to go ahead and try some different methods of trying to get rid of these Mongols, which is basically, you know, assassinations, guerrilla tactics, fighting with the dogs, stuff like that. And this goes heavily against Jin's code of honor. And since this was the first assassination he does, he's having a little bit of a flashback with his uncle teaching him about honor and stuff. And normally the game expects you to follow this trail in kind of like an S shape, but since we are speedrunners and nowhere to go, even though there's heavy fog in the area, we just go straight across and save a couple seconds by doing that. Then we just want our uncle to go ahead and inspect the spare carcass, while we also go ahead and examine it to trigger the end of this scene here. Flashback. Okay, now why am I wearing this particular armor that I'm wearing? This is the Mongol Commander's armor. It is a late game armor. You normally are not supposed to have that here, but since you're playing on New Game Plus, obviously we have it. And what we did with it is we loaded up with a lot of charms of shadow and similar things, which make it so that basically all these enemies mistake us for another Mongol warrior. And that is just how we bypass basically each and every stealth section in the game, because, you know, these guys just think we're one of their own.
We need to go. We'll talk when it's safe.
Now, if you have seen this game in previous marathons, you probably remember me just rolling everywhere, because there was a little bit of a glitch going on with the rolling where the enemies would not be able to detect you while you were in that rolling animation. However, Sucker Punch was so quote-unquote nice to fix that glitch with the director's cut release of the game, which happened this year in August. And now we can't do that anymore. So instead of using a glitch, we just basically traded that with the power of menuing to get to this armor set and just put that on, and you know, we are on our way again, because it basically does the same thing. It's just a 4-second menu now instead of just rolling around everywhere and then running. And that is already the first quest of the game done. We still have a lot more to do, but that gives you a little bit of the taste how basically the stealth in this run will go. And by that mean we will just put on this armor every time we have to stealth and run everywhere. So yeah, I guess jokes is on you, developers, because we found other ways to cheat those things. Anyway, as it turns out, Taka, Yuno's brother, is actually not being held captive at that particular Mongol encampment, so we will just go ahead and well, bugger off for now and do another quest, which will involve Sensei Ishikawa, who is basically an archery master on the island, and he's basically the best archer to have ever walked the island as far as I'm aware. So he would be a very valuable ally for us, so let's try and go ahead and grab him. A couple other things to talk about is the resolve system. You can see that in the lower left corner of the screen. It's those yellow bulbs that start to fill up. I can have a maximum of 10 resolve. But I will also always passively generate 2 points of resolve at max. So what resolve allows me to do is basically use my special attacks, like the Dances of Wrath, the Heavenly Strike, the horse charge, as you see me do here. But whenever I have 3 resolve or more than 3 resolve, I can also use those to revive myself should I get downed. Now, as you can imagine, since I explained earlier, I will die in 1 to 2 hits every time. I kind of want to spend my resolve wisely, just so I don't have to actually go ahead and reload a checkpoint, but can instead just revive myself should I fall in battle. Now at this point we are supposed to walk with Sensei Ishikawa over here, but he will just stop and look at some tracks from time to time. So we are just gonna be very rude to him and just go ahead and get to these Mongol patrol. Just absolutely murder everybody here. And once everybody is dead around here, he will just come to us anyway, skipping all of that, looking at the track stuff. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that enemies can drop things when you kill them. However, it is randomized what they drop. So you saw me pick up some supplies here, which is kind of the currency that I use to buy stuff. I would much rather, my god, have some kunai or other ghost weapon drops, because I will need those in the coming battles. So that's not so great, but I guess I would just go ahead and manage that. Which is probably a good place to start talking about the other differences that the difficulties make. Like I explained earlier, you know, enemies get tankier or not on little difficulty, deal more damage, stuff like that. But what also happens is the amount of drops that you get. That doesn't mean the quantity of drops, but rather the quality. What I mean by that is there's probably an equal chance between all the difficulties of enemies dropping stuff, but the amount of stuff that you actually do pick up is different depending on the difficulty. For example, you saw me pick up like 4 supplies there because I'm playing on lethal. If I were to play on easy, those would have probably been a lot more supplies than what I just got here. And this will come into place in just a moment here, because we will have a little bit of an archery training here, which is where you would normally get the bow in the game. And Sensei Ishikawa basically tells you how to use it.
Not bad. Let's see if you can hit the one furthest away.
And once we are done with that, we will scout out this camp to my left over there. And what will happen is we will take on an ambushing position, and there will be a lot of arrow pickups scattered around me. However, if I were to be playing on easy again, I would probably fill up all my arrows. So there are normal arrows, there are fire arrows, heavy arrows, and explosive arrows. I would probably have the maximum amount of all of these. But since I'm playing on lethal difficulty, I will probably not have the luxury of doing that, because the game is very stingy when it comes to giving me ammo like that. And I will need about at least 2 explosive arrows out of all the pickups that I can get in a moment here. So fingers crossed that I actually do get that, because if I don't, I will have to go ahead and make a short shopping trip, which obviously will lose me a bit of time. And there's basically nothing I can do about that at that point, because I will need those explosive arrows for later. But first of all, we're gonna look at some things scattered around this camp right here. Making a little bit of a scouting trip, see what we can use in order to fight these Mongols in a moment. Skip a couple cutscenes. And now comes the part where I pick up all these arrows scattered around here. A quick check, it didn't get a single explosive or fire arrow, so the game is being mean to me, very much so. Yeah. Well, like I said, not a lot I can do about that. There are a couple more arrows inside the camp, so maybe I will still get lucky, but at this point it's pretty sure that I will have to do that shopping trip. Anyway, let's wait for these Mongols to get closer to this conveniently placed explosive arrows. And then rain a little bit of hell on them. Once we deal with these, we just go over here and wait for the reinforcements to come. Oh wow, didn't hit a single one of them. Well, I guess we'll just do it that way then. Okay, takes care of these guys, wait for the commander to come around. Oh god, dude. Why? Okay. Anybody else is still left standing? So at this point we just gotta kill all the enemies around here. I would really much like for you to just go away. Wow, this is bad. Why are you guys not running away? What the hell is going on? Okay, this was really, really bad. Okay, why I'm saying that is the way we do fights in this game is that we equip the ghost armor, which I do have equipped right here, right now. And one of the perks, or rather every armor set has a different set of perks. But the big thing about the ghost armor is that it has a chance to terrify enemies whenever I kill somebody. What that means is, or what terrification is that it makes it so that an enemy gets so afraid of you that they drop their weapon and immediately leave the fight. And for the game, that basically counts as defeating said enemy. So what we do is we just equip charms, which are like passive bonuses to the armor set that increase this chance even more. So at the end of the day, I have about a 80% chance to terrify an enemy whenever I kill another enemy. So basically, it's, you know, a 1 for 2 deal. I kill an enemy, I terrify another, they leave the battlefield, and I'm done with that enemy. On top of that, we also have it set up so that when I set an enemy on fire, either through an explosive, arrow, through a barrel, or whatever, there is a further chance to terrify even more enemies. So what we basically do is we get into a fight, we throw a lot of bombs, explosive arrows, stuff like that, and it basically clears the whole battlefield, and I basically have to kill nobody. But what you saw happen here at the end of the fight is that I had to kill, like, what, 5 enemies or so? By myself? Which is either very, very unlucky, or the cheeky developers actually patched the terrified chance in the meantime since I played this game the last time, which would be really bad, because that could mean this run would be all kinds of interesting going forward, but I guess we'll see once we get into more fights. Because normally you, at maximum, have to kill like 2 to 3 enemies once you are inside the camp. I had to kill like 5 or 6 or so, yeah, this is starting out to be quite the interesting one. Anyway, we have recruited Sensei Ishikawa to our cause here, so that's great. Let's keep on recruiting people. So next on the list is Lady Masako. But before we can do that, I will have to do my little shopping trip here because I didn't get any explosive arrows just now. And for that I will go to the survivors camp right around here. Have a little talk to the dude over here with the knife above his head. And then we'll just go ahead and probably just buy a couple bombs as well while we're here. And now we'll make our way over to the Adachi estate, and since that will take quite a while, so Baron, if you have anything to plug, go ahead.
Currently I do not see any change in the donations, but right now for the targets, we still have the fight Sekiro in Chrono Trigger, the name every character in name every character Eris in Final Fantasy VII, the Save the Decora in Super Metroid, and change all font for the entire Marathon to Comic Sans still open for our targets. And for the polls, we have Blaze vs Sonic, as Sonic winning still with $2. The GR18 color in Level Head is currently winning with blue at $30. The Fight Osiris or Nameless King or Champion Gundyr in Dark Souls. Currently, Nameless King is winning at $20. And then for the Save the Animals or Save the Frames in Super Metroid, it's currently winning $60 for Save the Animals with $20 for Save the Frames. Our next milestone will be the $690 milestone with our current right now at $590.24.
Okay, so here is my that never happened before of the run. So you saw me do the horse charge, And what the horse charge does is, well, first of all, it makes you go faster, just by a little bit, but it does. And then you can, charge through enemies in order to, make way and hopefully kill them. However, for some reason, that deer didn't get out of my way, so I horse charged a deer, which put me off my horse and made it run away. So, okay, I guess I know that is a thing as well now. Great. I hate it. Anyway, we're just gonna go ahead, kill these guys, and then have a little look around, because it looks like Lady Adachi and her family got attacked by bandits, which is not a good thing. So let's see if we can actually find somebody from Clan Adachi still here.
I need to know who did this.
Looks pretty bloody to me, though.
Used by the women of Clan Adachi. They fought to defend their family.
That's not looking too good now, is it?
Passed the children through the window.
But yeah, I have never seen my horse charge a deer.
Stables.
That is unheard of.
Horse tracks. Someone fled the estate. They left a trail.
This is starting to be a very interesting run, isn't it? My god. Also, just to keep in mind, if I use the horse charge, I also need to spend resolve on that. So resolve is a very in high demand resource, because we use it for, a lot of things throughout the whole run. So managing that is, well, at least at points, really, really important, so you don't are left out by any of it. And you will see that in a couple of minutes, actually, once we actually get to the next encounter. For now, we have found Lady Masako, who we hope to recruit as another ally. And as it turns out, yeah, her whole family has been murdered by traitors. And she's out for a bit of revenge. So we will start to help her get that underway. However, we will never actually complete it, because it takes a whole side quest chain to do that, and yeah, we just don't have time for side quests. I mean, we're doing a speedrun, we're only doing the main quests. All the side quests can go and wait until we are on post game, right? So yes, she buried her whole family here by herself, which is nice, I guess. Definitely wouldn't want to do that by myself, but yeah, well, here we are. So I guess this is a good time we're talking about AI pathing, as we will, ride around or walk around with a lot of our companions all throughout the game, where we are basically just trying to get to a goal while our characters have a little bit of a talk doing that. And the thing is, you, of course, as a speedrunner think, hey, I just want to go fast here, I just, want to go there as quickly as possible. However, that is not how the game wants you to do that, because it will make it so that you cannot actually get away too far from your ally companions by slowing down your movements and other shenanigans. And if you were actually to get too far away from your companions, they would just stand around there and wait for you to get them again. Like a little child, just stand there waving at you. And that is just the most atrocious thing that can happen, because you are actually getting punished for going too fast. So that is something that you actually have to go ahead and keep in mind while running this game.
I am suck.
For now, we're just gonna go ahead, talk to this monk, immediately skip the cutscene, and then go ahead and get the samurai armor, which is the first proper armor that you would get in the game. However, since we are playing on New Game Plus, we obviously already have all the armor sets and other stuff that you could get as upgrades. So we don't particularly care about that, but for story reasons, or progression reasons rather, we still have to go ahead and get it. So that is what we do right here. Also, just because I think I haven't talked about it yet, we are playing this game on New Game Plus, which obviously means we have completed the game a couple times before this run. And that is why we have all the armor sets, all the upgrades for every weapon, and all the charms, which are, the passive bonuses for the armor sets. So we're basically decked out all from the beginning. Normally you wouldn't have any of this stuff at the point in the game where I am right now. But that, of course, is also because we are able to go fast now. Because we have all these things. So here we're just gonna go to this cliff and have a look at the monk. Masako, where the hell are you?
Where is that monk?
They're Sogen, leaving in a hurry.
And then the game actually expects us to go ahead and trail Sogen. So, you know, we are supposed to be behind the guy, and he should lead us to where he's gonna go. However, since we know where he's going and he takes the same exact path every single time, we can just be in front of him. And we are basically leading him to where he needs to go in a way. And you can already tell that the game, you know, is kind of not okay with me being too far away from my target here. And there are basically two prompts that can happen. One is that I'm actually too far away from him and I have to get back to a certain radius around him, or the game just gives me a game over. Or if I actually lose sight of him because, you know, he's on the other side of a building or something. Is also not okay with the game. So we have to keep these two things in mind while quote-unquote trailing the guy. However, I will just go ahead a little bit here and wait for him to get to around this rock, which is obstructed by the tree here. Just about there. And once he is there, I will just quickly go and hightail it to the next quest trigger. Because once I'm actually there, it doesn't matter for the game anymore because I'm at my destination. So the timer will stop. So fingers crossed I can actually make it there. Yeah, there we go. And once I'm here, Sogen is supposed to be here already, as you can see by the dialogue. So I guess he's just telepathically communicating with these guys at the fire over there. Because he's definitely not here right now. So, I guess that works. Anyway, we're gonna have our first standoff right here. Standoffs happen throughout the game. You can also initiate them yourself if you want to, once you get to an enemy encampment. And basically, the standoffs are one-hit kills against a couple enemies at the start of the fight, which also gives you massive amounts of resolve. Now, they are kind of slow to do, as you just saw, but on lethal difficulty, it's actually worth it because of the resolve. Because as I explained earlier, I do want my resolve on lethal difficulty, just in case I would die. And this guy is starting to be a little bit of a problem, but we managed it, and that means everybody is dead. And we can go ahead and confront Sogen here. And the cutscene that I just skipped also gives Lady Masako her nickname, because what happens here is Sogen was one of the conspirators against Masako's family. He admits as much and starts talking, you know, not so nice things about her family, which enrages Masako so much that she just goes ahead and murders them in cold blood. And that is why we affectionately call Masako either Murder Granny or Lady Massacre. So, yeah, pick one. Anyway, we have recruited her to our cause, so let's keep it going. I'm gonna go ahead and sip a glass of water. Also, we will have another pretty long riding session coming up, so Baron, if you have anything to plug again, go ahead.
No new donations have come, but again, we do have a... How was it? It was a apparel shop. It's been pledging, $5 for every item purchased at the website that we have. So if you... What was the command on that? Do you know that command on that to pull it up on the chat?
I do know there's a donate command, but sadly, I'm not sure if that also brings up the shop, but I guess one of the lovely people in chat probably know what that proper command for that is.
Yep, it just has our limited edition green gaming gear, from shirts to a hat, a hoodie, and I think a tumbler as well. I'm planning on buying some later tomorrow, before I get back onto hosting and my run. Just other than that, nothing has changed through donations.
Alright, then I guess we are just on our way to Azamo Bay, where we suppose that Taka is being held prisoner at this point. It's basically at the southern tip of the island, so as you can imagine, it's quite the long trek to get there. And this basically gives you an opportunity to talk about patrols. So patrols in this game are random. You know, you see me encountering all these people along the way. They are not in my favor. In fact, they are pretty heavily stacked against me, and there's just nothing you can do to predict where these will show up. You just, you know, have to grit your teeth and make it work. Because the thing with encounters or patrols in particular is going back to the whole resolve thing. In the lower left corner, you know, I have my 10 points of resolve, and I can passively regenerate up to 2 of those. However, I have to be outside of combat to do so. And again, with the resolve, I can also use my horse charge ability, which makes me go a little bit faster. So obviously, I want to passively regain resolve as much as possible to use as many horse charges as possible. However, as long as I'm in combat, I'm not regenerating resolve, and as you can see, I've gotten through quite a few encounters along the way here, which drastically hampered my resolve regeneration. So yeah, those are basically you know, a couple second time losses every time I get into one, which is unfortunate, but again, there's just nothing you can do about that. It is totally up to random chance. Now, on our way to Azamo Bay here, I will go ahead and grab this bamboo strike, which is coming up right here, because we will use that as a fast travel point once we are done with the next quest. So we just have a little bit of the way left here. And we just, you know, pass by this Mongol camp again. We're not going to do anything about it. We're just going to leave it be. We just need to get by it. You know, if you were to play this game casually, you would probably go ahead, go inside the camp and, you know, liberate it from the Mongols, because it gives you another fast travel option, maybe a survivor's camp and a shop and some rare resources to upgrade your gear. But since we've already done all of that in our previous playthroughs, we don't have to do any of it. We could just pass it by. And these guys will just happily stick around for the end of the game, waiting for us to get there. So, you know, nothing lost there. So anyway, we made it to Kenji's house. Kenji is a good friend of Yuna and Taka, and he will actually go ahead and help us get into Azamo Bay here.
You can hide in the cart with the sake.
The Mongols won't search it?
Not anymore. It's the
And this will be another one of these walkie-talkie sections, as I like to call them,
of my dust.
where we just have to walk with our companions to a certain point.
With the enemy.
However, this one has a little bit of a quirk going on, so I hope I can show that off properly. Because as I explained earlier, I can't be a certain distance away from my companions before they stop moving, or the game reprimands me for doing so.
How bad is the occupation in other
So if I just skirt around the edge here,
A few people fought.
Kenji
A few people fought. A few people fought.
will be very adamant
A few people fought.
that a few people,
Fought back. A few people fought.
apparently,
A few people fought back.
fought back.
A few people. A few people.
And the interesting thing is, this only ever happens with Kenji. If I were to let the dialogue advance to the next character to talk, and then walk out of the range again, it would completely skip their line. But once it gets back to Kenji, he would still start repeating his line over and over again. And now we are inside the cart. Kenji will get us into Azamo Bay, and this is our opportunity to get a stretch, because this is one of the very small, only and very small breaks that you get in this 4-hour run. It lasts about a minute, so, you know guys, it's early in the morning for me. Let's have some morning stretches. Get awake again, take a sip of water.
Was all that screaming? Doesn't matter. Keep it down. Is that what Taka's going through?
While Kenji just ferries us into the lion's den over there. So what will happen once I'm actually inside is I will go on the rooftop of a very small hut, And there I will have to go and look at a slaver. And what is supposed to happen is once I look at him, he will stand up and start walking into the town. However, for some reason, and I guess some wonky trigger not happening correctly, sometimes what will happen is that instead of getting up and walking into the town, the slave will get up, walk to the next slave, get down again, and start looking at him, and it will just do that over and over and over again. Basically, you know, soft locking your progress because he's not standing up and walks into town. So fingers crossed that doesn't happen here. I mean, it's just, you know, a short reload away, but it just still looks absolutely terrible. It will lose your time, and I do not want it to happen. So let's see how the game
Once we're done, I'll meet you at the crossroads.
decides to handle this situation.
Vantage point to scout it.
So here we get onto the rooftop. I have to wait for Yuna to come and join us.
Look, find a gate.
He's in charge.
You're gonna look at him.
He's inspecting the prisoners like they're horses.
He might lead us to Taka.
Follow him.
So what are you supposed to do, buddy? Alright, he walks into the town. Perfect. So now I will just quickly make my way along these rooftops here. Because I need to get to a very specific point very quickly. Which will be over here. Get my longbow out. And kill that dude. Because what happens here is you see these apples on the ground. The slaver is supposed to crouch down by these apples, and then this woman will run out into the street, followed by the guy I just killed, and he would stab her and kill her, and then he would have a nice little conversation with the slaver here, and that just takes time. However, since I used a heavy arrow to kill that guy, it ragdolled his corpse so far back into the house that this event doesn't trigger. And he's also outside of the sight range of the slavers, so that guy doesn't even know that I killed the other one, because he can't see the corpse. If you were to just go ahead and shoot that Mongol inside the house with a regular arrow, the slaver would see him, he would get alerted, and this whole mission would fail and he would have to reload the checkpoint again. So it is very crucial that you actually go ahead and use a heavy arrow to do that. And now we just, you know, wait around a little bit, see all these events play out while the slaver walks through town. I will drop down here and grab a few more bombs, because black powder bombs are basically our most valuable resource in the game. They are the most powerful tool in our arsenal. We always want to be stacked up with them, so every chance to grab some for free is basically a godsend. Alright, nearly there. He just has to go around here for the next event to trigger. So we will just keep to the rooftops. Because even though, you know, they wouldn't immediately recognize me because I have the Mongol commander's armor on again, if the slaver sees me, he actually gets a little bit suspicious and just stops dead in his tracks until he's, well, not suspicious anymore, and that again just loses me a lot of time. So I don't want him to see me if I can help it.
I knew it. Taka's here.
He is only blacksmith.
Oh, I'm a blacksmith too, and I'll do much better work.
So now what the game expects you to do is get to the other side of this market here through all these Mongols, and as you can see there are quite a lot of them around here.
You killed Taka.
But since we have the Mongol commander's armor on, we can basically take somewhat of a shortcut here by simply cutting right through the whole thing. We're just gonna get to the other side here. And we just wait for Jin to say something like that, and we will restart the checkpoint, which makes it so that we don't have to wait for the slaver to come to this side. We are now on the other side of the market, as you can see here. And the slaver is with us, so we can just go ahead and continue with the quest. This basically saves like 20 to 30 seconds or so. So it's quite a nice thing to do. So the only trigger that you have to do is, you know, get to the other side of the market, wait for Jin to say his line about the market's full of Mongols, and then reload the checkpoint and you're good to go. And hooray, we finally found Taka. He actually was being held prisoner in Azamo Bay.
We break out.
And now we have to get out again. And you know what they say, it's harder to get out than it is to get in, but not in this case. Because there are some conveniently placed boxes around here that we can just use to pop out of Azamo Bay again.
Waiting for us at the crossroads.
And then we will just hightail it once again to the next quest marker. And we are done with this little excursion here. Now, one thing you will start noticing is that this game actually has an invisible stamina bar. So, you know, think of it like a game in Dead Souls. What the hell am I talking about? Dark Souls, my lord. Where, you know, once you run out of stamina, you basically cannot run again. Kind of works like that here in this game as well. However, you don't see your stamina bar. Instead, you will notice that Jin will drop his head like he does now, and he starts breathing very heavily. And what you do at that case is you just do a dodge, you know, press the circle button once to do this little sidestep or even do a roll if you're fancy. And that will immediately let you regain all of your stamina for some weird reason. And you can just keep on running again. Now imagine if this would actually work in Dark Souls. You know, you're out of stamina, you're in a boss fight, you just roll, and all of a sudden you have regained all of your stamina.
Tall grass. Stay down.
Yeah, that would be a thing to watch, huh?
It's Kenji. Taka. You
Anyway,
Will you follow?
we made it out of Azamo Bay, we rescued Taka.
It's crawling.
Time to get the hell away from here.
We should go.
We have to put some distance between us and Azamo Bay.
Hey, Aeshmah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go take a break right now, and then Stratlog will cover me for about 30 minutes.
Alright, have a nice break, dude.
Been a Mongol since dawn.
I'll see you then.
We're clear.
We need to figure out where to go next.
Hello, Aeshmah. Hello, chat.
What's up ahead?
Hello,
I'll be
hello, hello.
Catching up on
Anyone all right?
any donations and plugging our wonderful charity.
I can help with one of those.
Good to hear.
Taka.
You actually have a moment to do that in just a moment if you want to, because what we're doing here is we have another walkie-talkie section, and you can see that I basically dismounted my horse right at the beginning and then just started jumping up this mountain path like a madman. And that is because in all of these walkie-talkie sections, the game makes it so that you walk at a tremendously slow speed. Like all your movement options are slowed down, except your jump. Your jump still works at its normal velocity, and that is that in all of these sections we just basically dismount our horse and start jumping like a madman to go as fast as we can. And that is how we save time in these instances. And if you now want to go ahead and pluck something or anything, go ahead.
Yeah, our charity benefits Team Seas as part of the Ocean Conservancy, founded in 1972, and they promote healthy and diverse ocean ecosystems, and they oppose practices that threaten ocean life and human life. Through research, education, and science-based advocacy, Ocean Conservancy informs, inspires, and empowers people to speak and act on behalf of the oceans. In all its work, Ocean Conservancy strives to be the world's foremost advocate for the oceans. And so basically we're here to make our oceans healthier and safer for people.
And that is a pretty worthy cause, I want to say. I mean, have you guys seen the promotional video they put out? That was insane to watch. Like, holy hell. Gets me all pumped up for this marathon right here, right now. And seeing that we already raised about 60% of our initial goal, that's also pretty pog. Like, only a couple hours until the marathon. I mean, my god, how much money will we raise at the end of this marathon? With all your help, of course.
It's pretty exciting. I'm gonna find the playlist that Synth put together of those promotional videos, because they're very cool, like you said.
They definitely are. Hey, look, the game actually gave me some explosive arrows. How nice of it, after I did my shopping trip. God damn you. Anyway, the next quest, we will meet a old friend of Jin, Ryuzo. And we will have another standoff. And let's see if I can kill 20 enemies in the time it takes Ryuzo to kill the one guy he is pitted against. And you wonder why why the guy complains that he is the inferior sword fighter. Like, holy hell, Ryuzo, do your job, man. Okay, so we'll standoff, kill these three guys, then we will roll over to the archer over there. Kill him, that will make the sword guy leave, then there will be some reinforcements that we will take out with a bomb. And once all of this is said and done, Ryuzo should have killed the one guy he is supposed to kill. He did not. So that loses me some time. Like, look at all the guys I killed, while that dude wasn't able to kill this one Mongol that he was fighting. Like, what the hell, Ryuzo? There is absolutely no reason why you are allowed to complain that I am the superior sword fighter here. Absolutely no reason whatsoever. Ryuzo. But yeah, that is just the thing with NPC allies in this game. They can either be a godsend or they can be absolutely garbage tier useless. And again, it comes down to the difficulty you're playing on. The interesting thing is that the lower, or on every other difficulty than lethal, your NPC allies are basically useless. Like, absolutely no help whatsoever. However, on lethal, since, as I explained earlier, every attack basically deals critical damage, so to speak, this goes also for your NPC allies, which means they can actually put out some very respectable damage and kill a lot of your enemies. And especially characters like Yuna and Sensei Ishikawa, who are archers, and they one-hit kill enemies with their arrows. So as long as those two put out arrow after arrow, they will kill a lot of enemies. However, since Ryuzo is a sword fighter, it's, you know, basically up to chance if he is actually able to penetrate the enemy's defenses and get some hits in, and he totally did not a good job this time around, so yeah. Thanks, Ryuzo. Much appreciated, buddy.
Keeping the Straw Hats together after Komodo Beach. How did you do it?
I mean, to be fair, Ryuzo's probably just hungry. You know, the whole thing about him and his people that we are gonna meet in just a second here is that they are starving because, you know, the Mongols hijacked all the villages, they are hoarding all the food. Ryuzo and his men are trying to just scrape by, so he probably just didn't have the strength to hold the sword up correctly or something. And that is why he couldn't kill that one guy. I have no idea. But yeah, just imagine that all these people are actually starving at the moment. So if some of you guys, you know, have it in your hearts to donate money to Ryuzo's cause to get a burger, that would be much appreciated by me. Anyway, we are now racing Ryuzo to this gorge right over there, because if we can make it in there before him, we save a second or two. And I actually made it, even though it was a little bit janky. Got some more black powder bombs, which is nice. And we have completed the first of Ryuzo's quests, because unlike all the other side characters, we actually have to do quite a few of his quests in order to recruit him for our cause, which again we need to do in order to finish the first act. So while Sensei Ishikawa and Lady Masako were totally fine with us just completing the start of their quest chain, we actually have to do most, if not all of them, for Ryuzo.
We're moving out.
Because the guy is just that demanding. Also, this here is not our horse, but it's just the first horse that we can grab, and since that is faster than actually walking over to our actual horse, well, yeah, horse is horse, I suppose. Now, the interesting thing is, and that is probably some kind of continuity error, the horse charge that I'm doing is actually a special skill of our horse that it learns through another quest that we will actually see a little bit later on in the run. So I am always a little bit confused when I just go ahead and grab basically any horse and it has the horse charge unlocked, because, you know, by story logic it should not. I guess that's game mechanics for you, I suppose. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm totally glad that this horse has the horse charge. It's just that, you know, the way the story plays out, it just shouldn't. Anyway,
Ryuzo should be in the cemetery.
we are having the great idea that, you know, we've heard the Mongols talk about where they are bringing all the food. So let's go ahead and try to raid their food storage.
Steal some food for us?
Once again, we have a little bit of a walkie-talkie section going on here while we get over there. Well, luckily, these guys all run, so we don't have to do the monkey jump just yet. We will in a second, though.
They'll cut us to pieces.
Find a place to watch for me.
Right around here.
Destroy their signal. Attack. They'll kill you. They do. Avenge me.
Wait for all these guys to get into place.
Watch the tower for my signal.
And now we will just waltz right in through the enemy encampment here. I know they notice us, but just barely. They didn't sound the alarm yet. So we are still good. Assassinate this one unlucky dude. Then we will take out the alarm. And then signal our friends for help. And then we'll have another fight on our hands, and hopefully a lot more enemies will get terrified than it did last time, so I have less work to do here, but I guess we'll see that in just a moment. And basically there you saw the effectiveness of the black powder bombs. Like I just threw one bomb and everybody here is just running for their lives, which is exactly what you want to see in this situation. Yeah, that was a very good fight actually. Holy crap.
Let's get you.
Very good. But sadly I don't think I picked up the... yeah. Okay, the fight went great, but in my haste to get it done, I actually forgot to pick up a smoke bomb, which means I will actually lose a little bit of time here because I will have to go ahead and switch back to the Mongol commander's armor to get through the next section.
So we did just get a new donation.
Go ahead.
This one is from my fellow tech background person. You can tell because that's what I'm calling us and not something that makes sense. Hex. And Hex writes, "For the dude that needs a burger, I hope it is not a horse burger."
Very good.
And Hex also committed that $10 to not only to Team C's and their charity work, but also toward naming every character in FF7 Eris. And we are... where are we doing? Oh, that completes that goal. So we are going to be naming every character Eris in Final Fantasy VII. That run by J-Chalk is coming up.
We need to take an oar.
Have this info. 7 o'clock British time, which is 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern time later on today.
So I got a question about that incentive. Like, if every character is called Aerith, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do they all die at the end of the first disc?
Wow. Wow, you're just gonna spoil 100 people live on Twitch.
Yeah, I know, but I was just too curious. Sorry, guys.
Too soon?
Well, guess we just have to watch the run then to find out, huh? Anyway, we're gonna wait for Yuzu to open up that door, silently count to 3, throw a bomb, and that takes care of everybody out here. And then we'll just make our way over to the other side without getting shot by too many arrows. And then we'll wait for the guys on the left to come over to the bow right here. And once they are, we're gonna throw another bomb. And that should discourage everybody from joining the fight. And we are already done with this one as well. Very good. And now the game is just throwing smoke bombs at me like there's no tomorrow. What the hell? Okay. Pick up the Mongol war plans and then we are out of here again. Hello. Let me out. Okay, we are gonna use the blowgun on this guy. The blowgun has poison darts, and what the poison darts do is, as soon as you hit an enemy with a poison dart, that enemy counts as dead for the game. And since we have to kill this big guy for the next cutscene to trigger, you know, just instantly killing him with a poison dart is very convenient for us. because it starts the cutscene a little bit earlier than it normally would.
That's a good hiding spot ahead.
Now, there is a caveat with the blowgun, because normally once you use it the first time, you get an unskippable 20-25 second cutscene, and obviously we do not want this to happen. However, story progression wise, we are not supposed to have the blowgun at this point, and until we get to the point in the story where we would actually get it, that cutscene that I just described will not happen. So until we get there, we are free to use the blowgun as much as we like, which is not very often, but at least we do not get penalized for using it, which is a nice trade-off in my mind. But yeah, we didn't find any food in that fort, neither did we do on the ships, but we actually found some Mongol war plans, and those have the supply lines. So what we did instead was we gave Ryuzo and his men the map, so now they can start, you know, raiding the Mongol supply lines, weakening our enemies and getting some food in the process. So 2 birds with 1 stone, I suppose. And we will now make our way over to Komatsu Forge, which apparently is the best forge on Tsushima Island, where we will have Taka forge us some new equipment. However, first of course we have to lift the Mongol invasion forces there. So let's go ahead and kill some more Mongols, I suppose.
Fighting ahead.
Was it everybody?
Yuna,
Yeah,
is that
okay.
you?
Okay, that was a little bit janky, but it was okay. So you have to kill all the enemies here for Yuna to come down from the roof and continue. And for some reason, these 2 archers always respawn once you skip the cutscene. I have no idea why. If you just let the cutscene play out normally, they don't do that. But yeah, I mean, they're not a big threat. You can just go ahead and straight up kill them again. But yeah, it's probably time for one of my least favorite quests in the game, which is basically, you know, Hammer and Forge. What we are supposed to do here now is go around the town and rescue survivors and lead them back to the forge, and we do that over and over and over again, and it just gets a little bit boring, I want to say, because it's basically the same 3 steps over and over again. But yeah, what can you do? We have to play all of the main quests. So that is just what we have to grit our teeth and do here. First order of business is Taka needs his blacksmith assistant, Yukio. So we will now go into town and try to find and free that guy. Luckily for us, he's basically just 2 houses over. So we'll come here. Shoot that guy with a flame arrow, excuse me. How did I miss that guy? I think I just shot the arrow straight between his legs. I mean, that is a poggers shot, but it didn't exactly do what I wanted it to do, so I don't know if it was good or not. Okay, we will wait for these guys to go down the ladder. Once they do, we will just go ahead and jump out of the window, because that is faster. Not if I get stuck there. Kill that dude.
Don't look at it. Look at me.
Come down here. Shoot an explosive arrow at the big guy. I think he needs some more convincing. And now we have actually rescued Yukio's wife as well, because apparently she was missing. And now we will take all of these people and lead them back to the forge. Now the thing that is very important here is that we do not get into another encounter, because the thing is, if you have these NPC allies following you and you get into a fight, you will have to take that fight. There is no way out of it. And since taking fights is slow, we obviously do not want to do that, so I will try my hardest to circumvent all the enemies on the way back to the forge. Okay, that's good.
Yukio!
So that is the first batch of villagers rescued.
Mongols are here. Where's Yuna?
But in the meantime, Yuna went out to save another family, so obviously we have to leave again and rescue those guys as well. So we'll now make our way to the other side of town to rescue them. You can already see the quest marker hovering above Yuna's head there, which tells you to go ahead and talk to her, but you absolutely do not have to do that, so we won't. That we'll just come over here, shoot that guy, shoot this guy.
I hurt your friends.
We don't know anything.
Assassinate this dude. And then wait for him to come into the house. And then we can rescue these guys. And once again, we just have to go and lead them back to the forge. So that is what we'll do here.
Everyone stay close to me.
Now, there are a couple different paths that you can still take to the forge. We're just gonna take this path because we know for certain that there are no enemies around here, and we can pick up a couple supplies along the way as well, just in case we need them. Now, I don't want to pick up these black powder bombs here right then and there, because obviously I'm also at maximum capacity, so I couldn't even if I wanted to, which is actually pretty good because in the next fight they will come in quite handy. Okay, this begins the fight for Komatsu Forge now. It's a heavily scripted fight. The enemy waves are always coming in the same constellation, so you can prepare for them accordingly. Unless things start to go south, then you can't. So first of all, we are gonna get attacked head on by about 5 Mongols, which we'll just go ahead and throw a bomb at. So just like that, do a little bit of cleanup. Then Yuna should go ahead and kill these archers on the gorge over there while we come over here, wait for these 2 swordsmen to come down. And we're gonna hit them with our fire sword.
Mongols are in the forge. We have to stop them.
And I will come in here where another Mongol should be waiting already. Quickly take care of him. Make sure that all the other guys are down. They are. No, they are not. Oh my god, dude, where are you coming from? Okay, normally he should already be away, but that makes it so that this spear guy over here spawns. So we're quickly gonna take care of him. That will make so that some archers spawn over here, which we can just take out with an explosive arrow. Go back, take care of these other 2 archers right around here, one of which should get killed by Yuna. Or he gets terrified, that also works, which makes this wave spawn, throw another bomb. Takes care of everybody around here. Now we just have to wait for the commander to show up from somewhere. There he is. And we use another poison dart. That kills him. And now we just have to take care of the last 2 archers. And we are done. That was actually not a bad fight. You know, if only that one dude with a shield before the spear guy spawned had spawned sooner. I have no idea why it took so long for him to show up, which is kind of unheard of, but otherwise that was a pretty good fight. Happy with that outcome.
My uncle until Taka finishes what he's working on. I should see if Yuna has any news.
Alright, now that we have liberated Komatsu Forge, it's basically time to check on Taka and see if he has completed his smithing job right here, right now. First of all, we'll pick up a couple other things, as we can. And once again, we'll make our way over to the forge.
Any luck?
Some. Sensei Ishikawa and Lady Masako Adachi are still alive. They're dealing with their own struggles, but when it's time...
You have to be very careful to not lose Yuna along the way here. Because, you know, if you get too far away from here, she will just stand in place and wave at you to come back and get her. Which obviously loses, God, too much time. Way too much time.
I don't know.
But we have to wait for this dialogue to end, and that is why we just crawl underneath this house and pick up a couple more supplies. You technically don't need those, but it's just a little bit of a safety cushion, and since this is a marathon run, I might as well get them because it absolutely loses us no time as long as we get out of there before the dialogue finishes, and that obviously happened because I just got to Taka shortly before the prompt actually showed up, so all is good.
Anyone see the samurai?
And here's Ryuzo again.
I've been looking all over for you.
And apparently, you know, things didn't go as planned, and even though somebody donated some money for some burgers for him, the raids on the Mongol supply lines didn't exactly go as planned. So half of his men just got captured. And, you know, since we need those guys to launch the attack on Castle Kaneda, where our princess, I mean, our uncle, is being held prisoner, yeah, it is in our very best interest to go ahead and rescue these guys.
The ugly bastards were
In order to make this trip last a little shorter, we of course will dismount our horse and just jump along all the way here.
The Mongols allowed that.
Because again, it is faster than just riding.
Good singers.
Because our riding speed and all of our movement speeds are slowed down except the jumping. However, if we do this correctly, we can actually go so far ahead of Ryuzo that again we will lose him, and then we'll have to go back and fetch him once more. So we do not want to do that. So I have to pace myself a little bit, and you know, you actually make some mistakes along the way, if you want to believe that. I mean, you could technically cut through the meadow right there because we have to go to the left, but Ryuzo will just stick to the path. You know, he does not want his horse to go through the grass. And then you will definitely lose him, so don't do that. It's shorter, but it's not.
become a samurai.
Once we get to the bridge over there,
I would have hired you.
Because no one else
we will summon our horse, and then we will actually go ahead and ride the rest of the way.
This earlier.
Maybe I should have. Someone in Komatsu called you the ghost. Was Lord Sakai not good enough?
What's wrong? Afraid I'll get more famous than you?
Someone uses a little bit of a horse charge. I don't even think it makes a difference at this point. We haven't properly timed it out yet, but the horse charge itself also just saves minuscule amounts of time. However, it does add up over the run. For example, if I had a full bar of resolve, you know, all 10 bulbs, and I would use a horse charge across an open plain, it would save me about not even 2 seconds. So, yeah. Imagine how much time save you get in by using only two bulbs of resolve. It's like, I don't know, what would that be? Quarter of a second, not even that. So yeah, it's a very, very minor time save. But again, you know, it's a 4-hour run. We do a lot of riding, so it does add up.
Ready to ride the Fort Yatate?
We'll figure out how to free your men on the way.
Okay, gotta wait for a user to turn around, so he actually faces the right direction where we actually want to ride to. And then we'll continue on our way to Fort Yatate, where Ryuzo's men are being held prisoner. And we're gonna have another rescue operation. So much fun, so much rescue. Maybe we're basically a rescue squad at this point.
Let's go, Kaze.
So, at the beginning of this quest, we actually got the iron hook from Taka. That was the thing he was smithing for us in Komatsu Forge. And this whole mission is basically a glorified tutorial for exactly that tool in our arsenal now,
I need to get inside
which we will
without
see
this.
in just a moment.
Mongols won't be watching the cliffs at the back of the fort. I'll climb up, go over the wall.
How? Are you half monkey?
I have something to help me. I'll free your men. Once they're with me, I'll set off one of the alarms. That's your signal to ride in.
And crush the Mongols between us. See? I knew you'd have a plan.
I'll find a way up the cliff on
Okay,
this
I'm gonna skip the cutscene and then ride over to the cliff. Now I do want to dismount at a certain point here because otherwise Jin would get off by himself, which is slower than just jumping off from the horse. And this is where we start using the iron hook. You can see these conveniently placed white and red ropes around all these trees. And that is basically your indication that you can use your iron hook there. And we will do all the variations that we can and will do with the iron hook. Because as I said, this is basically a glorified tutorial for that thing. We'll do a little bit of swinging action around here. enjoy the view if you like as well. Ah, jumped a little bit too early. Had to grab onto the rock face there. Alright, and with that, we are basically inside the camp now. So, it's time to get rid of some Mongols again. First of all, burn that guy. Oh, I missed my roll. Okay, hit that. Assassinate this guy. Free the first couple prisoners. Take care of these guys. Run around, assassinate him. Free the rest of the prisoners. And take care of some people. I want to make absolutely sure that these guys are actually dead, because it can very easily happen that you know, leave your NPC allies to kill them, and they totally do not do that, and then you have to go back and kill them yourself anyway. So I'm just taking a couple precautions. And coming up is basically my favorite bomb throw in the game, and you will see why in just a moment here. So now that we've sounded the alarm, the user will come in charging through the front gate, and we'll just get ready over here and wait for all these Mongols to bungle up, throw one bomb, and did we get the money shot? Yeah, we did. See? One bomb throw and we got a 20 Mongol barbecue going on. Isn't that great? So yeah, it just always feels so satisfying to get this one bomb throw off, because I mean, yeah, you saw the effect it had. And that is how powerful the black powder bombs are in this game. However, do keep in mind that you need the proper skills and charm setup to actually make them that powerful, but once you do, oh baby. Sadly, we can only carry a maximum of 5 black powder bombs, and since we don't do a lot of shopping in the game, at least in the first act, planning out your black powder bomb usage is basically instrumental in being able to go fast. Because sadly, there are not a lot of shops that you can use in the first act of the game, because they are just very inconveniently placed. However, that gets better in the later parts of the game, where we'll basically do a short shopping trip like every couple of quests in order to, you know, refill all of our ammunition in order to just keep on throwing bombs and shooting explosive arrows and stuff like that. But yeah, we're actually coming up to the end of the first act of the game. So we have, you know, recruited all the allies that we can get. So it is now time to assault Castle Kaneda and free Princess Peach. I mean, Lord Shimura.
Sakai, what are you talking about?
The joke is kind of getting old, isn't it?
Have a drink, you'll feel better. Forget all about Asamobe. I'll forget for both of us.
Everyone, it's time.
Good speech. You sure this will work?
It has to.
All right, let's see how this works.
Looks like you can climb up here.
Catch up to
Now
the
there's a skip that you can do here with the iron hook. Let's see if I can get it. It's by swinging off this one tree branch right here, and nope, didn't get it. I don't know why I am so bad at this. It's just, I don't know, man. I get it like once every 10 attempts or so. It just saves you from having to, you know, go up that other cliffside there, but oh my god. Anyway, we have to sneak through here, so of course what we just do is drop a smoke bomb so these guys actually don't spot us, so we don't have to go ahead and switch over to the Mongol commander's armor again. And we just have to silently kill these two dudes right here. Okay, there was one dude. Why did you not run away? Because you didn't know I was there. Alright. Now that we have killed those, we have disabled the alarms and we can fight a little bit more freely, because as long as these two guys are alive, if you get spotted, it's actually game over and you have to reload the checkpoint.
There's a siege weapon. Last time they turned it on Yuna and me.
So we got a couple more fights coming up right here.
Quietly.
First of all, I want to burn that guy. Throw a bomb at these guys. That is not what I wanted to do, game. Light these guys up. And then find the one guy at the end of the camp who is still alive. Because of course he is. Losing me time. The bastard. And coming up is my second favorite bomb throw in the game. Because cool guys don't look at explosions, right? What we do is run up here, cock our bomb, throw it at the gate, and assassinate that guy. And all the guys in the back would just go up in flames while we do the assassination animation. And then we can just pass through the gate. Absolute consequence free. Also, you might have noticed all of our allies gathered, but not Ryuzo and his Ronin. So, well, thank you to Ryuzo for, you know, not paying your debts. Because we helped you quite a bunch. But you're not helping us when we need it. Ah, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to grapple up to there. Thank you very much. But you're basically doing all of this without Ryuzo and his men. So it's only us, Yuna, Sensei Ishikawa, and Lady Masako. Need a little death squad. Look out for the Mongol commander, see if I can hit him. I did, which is very nice. Now you're actually a shield dude. Oh, okay, you're afraid of me. Good. That's convenient.
There you are.
Throwing bombs like Bomberman, yeah, kinda. I mean, this is basically a very much Michael Bay approved run. And now we're just gonna take care of all the guys inside here. Hopefully a lot of them will just get terrified. Doesn't look like that. So this will be a little bit slower than usual, I suppose.
So Aeshmah,
Yes.
our host is back, and in the short time that I've been substituting for
Alright.
Baron Bishop, I have learned that oceans, despite what I said earlier, they benefit not just human beings. Apparently, if you donate to Team C's, their work cleaning up the oceans actually benefits all forms of life. So, TIL, and with that I'll be hopping off, and thank you all very much.
Alright, thanks for hopping in. And I guess, welcome back, Baron.
Hello.
So while that was going on, we actually had our first quote-unquote boss fight against Shocking. It was Ryuzo. He betrayed us to the Mongols. And, you know, apparently the Mongols are offering food or something. And, we know how hungry the dude is. So, he totally just sold us out. But, we kinda rectified that. And you actually saw me change my armor sets for that fight, and that is because the ghost armor that I'm normally wearing, like here, is set up in a way, you know, to maximize our chance of terrifying enemies and, you know, making them burn and all that stuff. However, the Sakai armor that I was wearing for the duel is maximized for just straight up damage output, and that is why we go ahead and wear that for all the duels and boss fights that we're gonna do. Now, the duels just work out in a way that we try to have the maximum amount of resolve that we can get. And then we just use 3 Dances of Wrath, and that totally wrecks every single duel opponent that we will come across. So that's kind of nice. And that is basically where the resolve routing comes in. because we do want to be able to do that for every single duel that we face in the game. So you just have to be very conscious of the amount of the resolve that you have during certain parts of the game when you know that a duel is coming up. So yeah, we are now on our way to finally rescue Lord Shima. It's been long enough.
Face me, you coward! Uncle, I'm coming! Jin, hurry!
And there he is. Finally freed our uncle. Now everything will be absolutely topsy-daisies, right? That is how these things work, I think. Anyway, we got a couple more enemies to take care of, so as always, we're just gonna throw a bomb at them and then clean out the rest. That was dumb enough to not immediately flee before us. Sadly, it was the shield dude. Those always take a little bit longer to kill because you first have to break their defense so you can actually start hitting them. And then one more wave of enemies. Once again, just throw a bomb at them. And then take care of whatever hasn't gone away yet. And that is the end of the first act of the game. Now, if you want to speedrun this game and, you know, you don't have the time to put in 3 hours or even 4 hours for this particular category, we do have a separate Act 1 category, and it would end right here, right now. So, you know, that's not even 1.5 hours. I mean, obviously, the first time you do it, it will probably take you 1.5 hours, maybe even 2 hours. But if you're on the lookout for a shorter category and you do want to run this game, maybe this one is for you. Because it basically, you know, gives you all the tools that you need and is a pretty good showcase of the game in general because all the elements of the run are in there. So we do like to run that from time to time. Also keep in mind, when the game first released, there was no New Game Plus. You were only able to play from a fresh save file. And it was a bit of a pain. Simply because if you play this game from a fresh save file, you cannot skip any of the cutscenes. You have to watch every single cutscene every time. And if you were to do this run, like I'm doing now, well, not even this category. This category that I'm running today for you here has actually never been run on a fresh save file because it would take around 10 hours. I plan to do it next year at some point, so be on the lookout for that. But if you were just to do, you know, the main game without the Iki Island expansion, it will still take you about 7 hours to get through. And in the New Game Plus run, it only takes about 3.5. So there is a massive time difference between running this game on a fresh save file and on New Game Plus. And that is why we generally prefer to run it on New Game Plus because, you know, 7-hour speedruns, while you can do them, they can be a little bit draining, especially if you have to watch every single cutscene each and every time you do a run. On the plus side, it gives you ample opportunities to take a break, because at the end, you know, you get short breaks between every quest and so, but at the end of each act, there are some more cutscenes going on, which gives you a convenient, I don't know, 5-minute break or so, so that is enough to use the restroom or grab another drink or something, so that is nice, but still, 7-hour run, so yeah. Anyway, we have freed Lord Shima. So it's time to reclaim the island. And now we are gonna have a short ride together with him and basically have a look at the situation, see how things are looking up north, because so far we've only been at the southern end of the island of Tsushima, and it's time to make our way up north and see how things are going on there.
She could be a little rough, but she has a good heart.
Take care where you place your faith. You were friends with Yuzo too.
Sounds painful. Yeah, I mean, it kinda is, but to be totally honest with you, I kinda prefer the fresh save file runs, you know, where you can skip the cutscenes, simply because you don't have all the tools at your disposal right from the get-go. There's actually way more sword fighting going on, because you have to. You know, you don't have the resources to just stock up on explosive arrows or bombs. You don't even have those during that run. So it makes the fighting a lot more interesting. Because, as you will see, or, I mean, you probably already saw that, a lot of this run is all about throwing bombs, shooting explosive arrows and stuff like that, and very little about sword fighting. Basically, every time I get out my sword to fight enemies, that is slow. I don't want to do that. But, you know, if you don't have all these tools, well, sword fighting it is. And the sword fighting in this game is just so good. It feels so satisfying to do. And it's such a shame that we don't get to showcase this during any of the other speedruns.
This is the Khan's revenge for my escape. We must save any farm left standing. Without them, we won't survive the winter.
Anyway, we got a Mongol patrol coming up. So what I want to do here is shoot an explosive arrow at them, maybe 2.
Mongol patrol ahead. Run them down.
And then horse charge them, and hopefully that will quickly take care of all of them, because otherwise this fight can take a bit of time. Okay, was that everybody? Yeah, okay. It wasn't so bad. The worst thing that can happen here is that Lord Shimura gets separated from his horse for a long time, and then he just has to run over and get back on the horse, and then we can continue, and it just takes forever. Luckily, his horse was right beside him, so we are good at this point.
We will relight the flame. Show the Khan we're coming for
It is more of a fun run, at least for me. I mean, you still die in one hit, and since you have to do a lot of sword fighting, that can happen quite often, but... oh, shoot. That is not what was supposed to happen here. Absolutely not. So, pay with your life. Filthy unbeliever. Can somebody take care of this archer, please? Alright. See, that is why you want to throw bombs. Okay, so I gotta be a little bit careful because I don't have 3 resolve at this point. Which means I will actually die on the next hit. Now I got 3 resolve again and everything is peachy. What is wrong with these enemies in this one? They are just not running away. Anyway, just quickly taking care of these guys inside the fort. Now we have to go back outside again, because there are some reinforcements coming up. Now, for some reason, sometimes these reinforcements just stand down there at the hill and do not progress like they are doing right now. So you have to go ahead and shoot some explosive arrows at them to encourage them to progress, kinda. Oh god, this takes so long to do. Why are you just not running away? Why are they still alive? What the hell? Shimura with the... yeah, see how they're just circling each other? They're not even fighting. Oh my god. Okay, that was pathetic. That was absolutely atrocious to watch and do. Oh well, you know, that is just the things that can happen sometimes in this run. A lot of the time save comes from being experienced enough so you know how to handle each situation in the game, because again, a lot of it depends on you terrifying your enemies, and that is basically up to a random chance. I mean, we have the odds are in our favor. We have about an 80% chance or so every time we kill an enemy to terrify another, but again, it's just a random chance, you know. It works out well most of the time, but sometimes it just doesn't, and then you have to basically scramble to get things back on track and just think about, okay, how do I engage with this situation now? Like, what do I do to make it go by fast so I can just go ahead and continue?
It's time we send our message.
Will bombs fix all of your in-game life problems regardless of game? Yeah, true, yeah. Legend of Zelda, Bomberman, this game, a lot of others, probably GTA or something. Yeah, bombs are just, you know, solutions. No matter the problem, but bombs are a solution.
My lord, we freed a Mongol prisoner here. A warrior monk.
Pretty flashy one on that too.
A warrior monk. I'll find him.
Anyway, now that Ryuzo has betrayed us, we need another best friend, and we already found it in Norio, the warrior monk. And Norio is basically best boy in this game.
This is where they held us.
That
So, you know, take in his glorious sight, because it will basically be the only time we'll ever see the guy in the speedrun. Because unlike all the other supporting cast, we do not have to do any of Norio's side quests. Not a single one. We will see him once now, and then never again for the rest. Which is really a shame, because his questline is pretty good as well. Also, we will just totally disrespect him by, basically, you know, you can just immediately start riding away from him while he still has his talk and the game counts you out. Because it takes so long for the game to count you out on that the dialogue finishes before it, and you can just, you know, continue on your way without any repercussion whatsoever. Anyway, we are now officially in the second act of the game. And this is also where the game opens up a little bit more, because we are now able to do the quote-unquote optional content with the Iki Island expansion that released sometime this year. I think it was July or also August. So what we're actually gonna do now is we will leave Tsushima Island for Iki Island, which again is the expansion that released. So we will say goodbye to the main quest for a little while we sort out some problems on another island. And this is the start of that, because Jin now discovers another Mongol tribe that he hasn't seen before.
I don't recognize the tribe.
And yeah, we will just go ahead, say goodbye to Tsushima for a little while.
Bit her tongue off.
And sort out the problems there. And the interesting thing is, depending on when in the main story you go over to Iki Island, it actually changes some of the dialogue over there.
Ceremony.
Because, you know, some events haven't taken place yet. And they actually account for that. And that is pretty cool, actually. Also, we are now getting introduced to the shaman enemies. They are a pain in the behind. Because, as Jin just explained, they do this chant. And it basically powers up all the other enemies. So that they deal more damage, they can take more damage, they can't get feared. Which is just a major pain for us. Because, you know, a lot of our strategies so far relied on terrifying the enemies, and we can't do that anymore as long as these shamans are around. So they are a high priority target for us. Okay.
You won't torment anyone else.
That could have gone a little bit cleaner, but I'll take it.
Tell me what you did to
But yeah, I basically switched my armor there because I wasn't able to terrify these guys anyway, so I might as well use the Sakai armor to deal more damage to them and kill them a little bit quicker. So all is well now. And now we'll actually make our way over to Iki Island. Just quickly grab some ammunition from our horse. And then we get another unskippable cutscene, so, you know, take a moment, stretch, grab another sip of water, whatever that needs to be done, because this will take a minute. And if you have anything to plug in the meantime, go ahead.
No, apart from what Hex has donated for the finishing up the target for our Final Fantasy VII target, we are still stuck at $600.24. But again, in the exclamation point donations and exclamation point merch will bring us to our links for both our merch shop partnership and the Hiltify donation link for anyone who is currently watching the stream to check out and see if they want to donate for the rest of our targets and polls, or just to donate in general.
All right then. And with that, we have made our way over to Iki Island. And the thing is, you know, we just stranded here because obviously we were on a boat with our horse on a quest to New Island. And what generally happens with protagonists on boats, well, you know, they shipwreck in some form. And that is exactly what we did as well. So, character continuity, I guess. Anyway, the game slows down our movement speed once again, so the fastest means of traversal right now is just roll everywhere, because it is faster than just slowly walking everywhere. And we will get our proper introduction to Iki Island in just a second here, with a wonderful, beautiful title card. That will just lose us time, because I cannot jump, and until I can jump I can't progress, so enjoy the view. Alright. Enough lollygagging, let's continue. We actually lost our horse because, you know, shipwreck and stuff. So obviously, the first thing that we want to do is find our horse, not only because it is a trusty companion, but it also allows us to, you know, go faster, because running is slow compared to riding. And that is why we'll scour the shore and see if we can find our horse. Now, the thing that we want to be on the lookout for, again, are patrols. Because in order for me to progress the quest here, is I need to look at something. However, as long as you are in combat, you cannot do that. So I do not want to run into a patrol and get into combat right now. But it looks like we are fine, because at least I can't see anything around here. Which is unusual, but it is welcome nonetheless. But yeah, for the next 50 minutes or so, we will do basically, it's not side quest content, it's, you know, the expansion from the game. The game did not launch with this island in mind. It was released about a year after the game released. So, but, you know, it is part of the Two Islands category, and that is why it's called Two Islands. You know, we got Tsushima Island, we got Iki Island. So we got Two Islands, that's category name. You get the idea. Anyway, I got where I needed to go. But I did not find my horse, but I found tracks. So let's see if you can spot the horse. And for once, the game allows us a little bit of freedom here, because normally the game is very stringent with how you do the quests. And, you know, you have to basically look at everything to make it progress. However, in this case, I know where the horse is and I can just go straight forward. I do not have to follow the actual horse tracks to find my horse, which is appreciated. Now, the sad thing is there is a heavy fog going on here, and the game does have dynamic weather conditions, so I'm not sure if I'm actually heading the right way. I think I need to head over to those rocks a little bit further to the left. Yeah. Alright. Lost my way a little bit because I couldn't see.
They're close.
Which I guess fog is there for.
He needs me.
And as you saw there, this is actually the point where your horse would learn to do the horse charge. So the horse charge wasn't even part of the main game, it was added in with the Iki Island expansion.
Because I trampled them. Good work, boy.
And we basically have our horse back here.
Kaze? I'm here, boy.
No, not reports. The horse is not dead. It just got swept away.
Charge the Mongols. Let's try that again.
Alright, horse charge time. Blam-mo.
More Mongols. Get ready.
Yeah, as you can see, the horse charge can be quite powerful if these enemies just conveniently clump up like that.
Back, boy.
Which obviously is what we want them to do, but sadly they don't often do that.
We need to help him.
Yeah, I totally missed this guy. But I got another chance at it. Okay. You know, other than I had to turn around to go and get that guy, I was okay.
That's twice you saved my life.
And the guy does mean the horse with that, not me. Just so we're clear. Alright, so, as it turns out, there is a fortress on this island called Fort Sakai. And as you can remember, our main protagonist is called Jin Sakai. And as it so happens, that fortress was erected by his father, because, you know, a couple years earlier, Jin, or the whole clan of Sakai, invaded, quote unquote, this island to liberate it from some bandits. And ever since then, let's just say Clan Sakai isn't exactly loved around this place. However, since it is under invasion by the Mongol forces, Jin believes that all the people took refuge in Fort Sakai. So we are supposed to make our way there now. However, if you go to Fort Sakai, what actually happens is you get overwhelmed by an enemy ambush and you get captured. But you don't actually have to go there. You can just basically die anywhere in a certain radius around Fort Sakai, and this cutscene happens regardless. So what we do in the speedrun is we go to this particular spot where I died to grab a fast travel point for later, and then just go ahead and die there, and the game continues as normal, which is very convenient. So yeah, the whole point or main story plot of the Iki Island expansion is that after Jin got captured here, he has been poisoned by the Eagle, who is the leader of the, well, aptly called Eagle tribe of Mongols that we encounter on Iki Island here. And the poison makes him hallucinate like a crazy man. So, you know, it's a lot of mind fuckery going on during all of Iki Island.
It will be hard to gather support.
Because of your father. Give me a hand with this gate.
Lucky Yuna has our back here.
Other samurai? I didn't tell anyone. Not even Lord Shimura.
Was your father killed at this fort?
No. We were ambushed in the canyons.
So you were there with him? This way. Where to?
There's a ravine across the yard.
Once again, walking is slow, so we just jump everywhere.
Losing your father in an ambush. I can't imagine how.
It's gonna make our way over here, and a lovely sight. Better not look at that. It's gross. And we have a little bit more of a nightmare section still going on, where we are little Jin now. He's having a bit of a mind problem, because he thinks he's not living up to his father's expectation. Sadly, there's no way to skip this. It's basically just, you know, an auto-scroller, for lack of a better word. I mean, I do have control, but it's just walk straight for about 2 minutes or so, and you're done with this. So while that is going on, you know, if you guys have anything to plug, go ahead.
Now your soul is lost.
What else is there to plug? I believe the command is exclamation point R, which will currently plug, I believe, the game you're running right now, and also your own Twitch link that anyone, if to, can subscribe to. Other than that, it's just, you know, waiting for the next part in this run. And it's around 1 hour and 40 minutes in, so a 4-hour run, that should be around close to the halfway point.
Yeah, just about. Like, you know, it takes 4 hours because we are doing Iki Island here. If I were to just do the Tsushima Island portion of the run, it would be closer to 3 hours and, let's say, 15 minutes or so. So you can kind of guesstimate how much the Iki Island portion of the run actually adds to that. Of course, we also have a separate category for just the Iki Island portion of the run, which, you know, takes about 15 minutes. Which is also another nice and short category. Yeah, I think it's even more popular than the Act 1 category at this point, because there's just more going on here. More difficult fights and neat tricks to do, so I think the runners are starting to gravitate more towards that category at the moment. Also, you know, it's the new hot stuff to do, so it's always nice. So anyway, we escaped from Fort Sakai, and we basically are at the point we are outnumbered. You know, we are alone. There are a lot of Mongols on these islands, so we need friends, we need allies. So let's go ahead and try to make some.
I can't let the Eagle tribe destroy this island.
I mean, Tenzo, the guy who just rescued us, is probably a good start with that. So let's go ahead and try and find him again. But before we do that, we will go to another point of the island and grab yet another fast travel point. Because what the game likes to do on Iki Island is you have to go from west to east, from to west to east, and so on and so forth over and over again. So it is quite convenient to just go ahead and grab a couple fast travel options that are in the west and in the east, just to make those trips a little bit shorter on you. And that is where we'll now fast travel back to the point that I grabbed before I got killed in order to get into Fort Sakai here. Because this way I do not have to ride to the other end of the island once again. And we will just make our way up this mountain path and around to another enemy camp. And we will meet Tenzo. But Tenzo is a character who has connections to the raiders of Iki Island. You know, the last resistance, so to speak, against the Mongol invasion on Iki. So he's probably a good starting point to try and gather some allies with which to fight back against the Mongols. At least in Jin's mind. And there he is.
Jin from Yarikawa. Didn't think you'd make it.
Also, Jin goes by the name Jin from Yarikawa at this point because he does not want the other people to know that he is of Clan Sakai. So he uses that as a little bit of a cover name. Once again, walkie-talkie section, so we'll just jump for a little while
Now it's keeping us safe.
in order to make this part go by a little bit faster.
Secret hideaway?
Of course I am. But we need every fighting arm we can get.
And then we will call our horse because we can start riding in just a second here.
Samurai are slightly less popular than a pit of venomous snakes.
The Sakai invasion.
The butcher of Iki and his gang thought they could bring a little law and order to our island.
Also, yes, this game is just drop dead gorgeous, you know. If you actually do a casual playthrough of this game, I can guarantee you, you will use photo mode so often. It is quite insane. People are still posting quite a lot of photos that they are doing, which is absolutely warranted, I want to say. Anyway, I got another fight going on with a shaman in the background, so obviously we want to go ahead and screw that guy in particular first, before we will go and take care of the others. And that should be everybody. Yes, okay. Now sadly the entrance to the hideout is blocked because, you know, the Mongol raiders kind of found it, so our soon-to-be allies took the opportunity to just drop some rocks in the way so the Mongols can't actually follow them, which is convenient, but a bit of inconvenience for us. So we have to find another way around now.
His blood sprayed your tent.
Silence!
Every time I hear raiders, all I see is VATS. This is not Fallout, sorry to say.
Sometimes I hear the eagle's voice.
I mean, to be fair, if you would just put in some, you know, technology or whatever to be unearthed, you know, just have, I don't know, a skyscraper stick out of the ground somewhere, this could count as a post-apocalyptic world, I guess.
Let's hope that holds for the Mongols.
I mean, what else is post-apocalypse times but the Middle Ages after technology collapse or something?
Just the clever ones.
Oh yes, I am definitely speaking from experience when it comes to photo mode.
Visit Tsushima.
I think I stopped like every 20 minutes to take some pictures somewhere. Even if it was just during the fight scenes, because they also look pretty good.
You're welcome to join me. I'm fine.
Okay, we're having our little go around here with Tenzo. Because apparently Jin is the only person on this island who can grapple along rock cliffs and stuff. So we always get to do the honors.
I'll get us through here. Friends of yours?
Call them friends. Yes.
How did you join up with Fune?
We enjoyed the hospitality of the Sakai Inn.
You mean Fort Sakai?
Terrible.
Just grab a couple things along the way.
Almost there.
He is luring you into a den of murder.
But yeah, these hallucinations will just keep happening over and over at different points on the island and during quests and whatnot. Because, you know, the poison is starting to take hold in Jin's mind, make him go a little bit crazy. Bats and this would be OP. Yeah, I guess so.
Tenzo, you're back.
I mean, then again, I guess they would have to, what's the word? Polish upon their dismemberment system. Kinda like, you know, Dead Space or Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. If they put that in, that would be sick though. I mean, can you imagine that? That they would combine those games? Holy crap. Anyway, this is the Raiders' hideout. This is basically the resistance on Iki Island. And, you know, we have to make them our friends. If we ever hope to win this fight against the Eagle tribe. So let's try and do that. So see, Funa is there. And now Funa is up here. And we just have a talk with her. Okay, now that we are on the far west of the island, obviously the game wants us to go to the far east, and that is exactly why we grabbed this other festival point before I went and met Tenzo. Where is my horse? There is my horse. Because now we just have to make our way down this slope and we immediately are where the next quest will start. And the next quest is actually a bit of an oddity in the whole game because, you know, as I explained earlier, once some shamans are around and they start chanting, the enemies are immune to being terrified, right? However, during the next quest, for whatever reason, I cannot terrify any enemy. I mean, it's not completely true because I can in the beginning, but after a certain point, I cannot terrify any more enemies. We have no idea why that happens, but it's just the way it is, and we have to learn to deal with it. So I will take the necessary steps in order to still help me get through that situation, obviously. I mean, otherwise we couldn't continue the run, which would be even worse. Also, let's have Jin tell a joke.
I'm haunted by visions of this withered sailor. Half drunk, breath that stinks of rotten shellfish. He keeps eyeing my katana, like he wants to steal it.
You're funny. For a samurai.
See, Jin is a funny samurai. Okay, so this is the part where I can still go ahead and terrify enemies. So I tried to make use of that, but no, I just immediately get killed by an enemy. Okay, great. First step in the run. All right, let's go. Because yeah, once these shamans start chanting, not only do the enemy attacks deal more damage, they also all become unblockable. Which is just absolutely lovely. It's not. Okay, we killed all these enemies and now comes the part where I cannot terrify enemies anymore. So obviously what I want to do is I want to switch armor to the Sakai armor again. And because that is set out to maximize damage dealt, and that is exactly what we need right now to just instantly kill every enemy. Also notice the armor set, not the armor set, the armor die that I have on, which is actually, you know, from God of War, if you've played that game. You know, you can definitely all see the white and the red stripe there. Because Sucker Punch actually added the armor outfits from some other Sony exclusives, like God of War, Bloodborne, Horizon Zero Dawn, and Shadow of the Colossus, which you can all unlock on Iki Island. Well, except Horizon Zero Dawn, that's actually not possible. It's only for the Legends mode, but still you get, you know, God of War, Bloodborne, and Shadow of the Colossus, which is still a good start. But yeah, I will probably be silent while I clear out this ship, because again, I have to kill every enemy around here manually. I cannot terrify any of these guys. There are a lot of enemies. I will die in one hit, so this is a little bit of a stressful area here. I know I have killed every enemy around here once Jin gets another hallucination, so I will be just on the watch out for that. Come on, dude.
You're helping people.
Alright, that was okay-ish. Sadly, the enemies were a little bit inconveniently placed, so I had to go around the ship quite often, but it is what it is. Okay. So let's see how this goes, because we're not quite done yet. There are still quite a few enemies left around here. Ouch. Still not done. There's still one more enemy group left up here. And that should be everybody. Yeah, okay. Alright, so we are still not done, because now that we have secured the boat, we'll actually go out onto sea to attack the warboat, which is our actual target. And still, we cannot fear or terrify any of the enemies here, so once again, I will just have to rely on my, sword skills and whatnot. So, another bit stressful part here, let's see how it goes. I actually changed my strategy slightly and try to hit those guys with an explosive arrow. Okay, that was pretty good. Now we go up here. You have to be really careful of these purple big dudes, because they can just end you if they want to. And I mean that quite literally. Okay, looking good. Just go down here, chuck a smoke bomb, because we don't have to kill these guys, and then just light the black powder, and we are out of here. Okay. Whew. Done. That was pretty good. I didn't die, which is rare. Yeah, this is probably one of the most stressful parts in the whole run, like this whole fight section on the boat, while you are still in the harbor and then on the other ship, because there are so many enemies there, you cannot terrify any of them. You die basically in one hit, you have very little resolve because you had no chance to fill up on that beforehand, and it's just utter chaos. You just really have to use everything you have at that point. And that went pretty good, so I'm really happy with that part. Just sad that we died shortly before that, but well, I'll take it. Anyway, we now have gained the trust of the raiders, so our next objective will be to actually go ahead and infiltrate Fort Sakai and rescue some more people from there, and probably rout out all the Mongols that are inside there. Also, I spot a familiar name in the chat there. Hello, Leah. Nice of you to join us. Luckily, I can now terrify enemies again. Thank God. So, ghost armor it is again. And yes, we are not wearing the monkey armor. The game, or rather when the Island expansion released, obviously you get some new tools to play around with. One is the horse charge that I've been using quite a bit now. The other is the horse armor, which the horse is wearing, which makes it so that it's not so easy anymore for Jin to get thrown off the saddle by enemy arrows and hits and whatnot. But you also get a new armor set, the Saurugami armor, which is, based on a monkey design. And it's pretty terrible. to be totally honest, at least for speedrun purposes. Because what the Zarigami armor does is it heavily increases the resolve you gain, which is great. It makes it so that you cannot block enemy attacks anymore, only parry them. And parries are easier to execute as a draw-off, which also is not too terrible because, you know, at the end of the day, you do want to parry the enemies and not actually block them, because parrying them actually opens them up to your attacks. And it has another perk that makes it so that when you perfect parry an enemy, excuse me, I dodged that. What the hell? When you perfect parry an enemy, you don't only get one strike, you actually get 3 empowered strikes. Which, on paper, it all sounds pretty good, you know? I mean, it's easier to parry. Perfect parries basically erases an enemy. Stuff like that. The problem with all of that, though, is the third part, where it gives you 3 strikes with the parry instead of just 1. Because what that means is not only will you overkill a lot of enemies, you know, you're doing more sword strikes than you actually need, but the game also goes into a sort of it slows down time while that is happening, and that is just so slow that you just lose a lot of time while doing that. And that is why we are not using the monkey armor. Alright, lots of fighting going on once again, so what we'll do is just light our sword on fire, hit the first guy that comes our way just to get through this, and then again focus on the shamans in the back, because they are high priority targets. Then 3 more of the captives, and take care of the rest of the Mongols. And yes, even though that is only 1 guy, you can already see that, you know, 3 people are not able to take on 1 guy with a shield, so we gotta help that out. That guy got scared. 3 more captives. We're just building up a small army here. Okay, why was I able to assassinate that guy still? I mean, I'm not complaining, I'm just asking. Who's still alive? Ah, of course, it's that one. Dude, can you... You are not helping. You are... That guy just totally blocked me. NPC allies, am I right? Anyway, we gotta switch over to the Kensai armor, which actually has the Bloodborne vestments. You might not immediately see it, but this is the Bloodborne armor. Quote unquote. And we're gonna jump off this bridge in order to regain our resolve, because we have this armor outfitted with the perfect landing charm. Which makes it so that if we jump from a certain height and do a perfect roll, we actually regain some of our resolve. And since another duel is coming up, I very much would like to have full resolve if possible. Again, we're gonna use a blowgun. I might as well use it on that dude, but I actually wanted to use it on the shaman there. I mean, that works. And there's another shaman up here somewhere. Oh, he's already terrified, which is great. So you don't have to kill him. Then there are some enemies over here, which our allies are actually doing a pretty good job of killing, I suppose. But we are still missing someone. Ah, you. Okay. Okay, with that out of the way, we're gonna switch to the Ronin attire. Because the enemies, or our dual enemies, are starting to get pretty tanky at this point. And the Ronin attire not only increases our melee damage, we also have it outfitted with charms that have a chance to let us deal double damage. Now we have about a 50% chance to deal double damage. So this fight can either go really, really well or really, really bad. Let's hope it goes really, really well.
could have served the eagle.
I will never be her shaman.
Where is your gratitude?
I deserve nothing less than death.
You waste the eagle.
That was okay. I didn't get as many procs of the double damage as I wanted to, but I had enough resolve to make it work. Anyway, the game expects you to follow Kunbish that way, but instead we can just quickly go through here. And now we are actually ahead of him. So he's actually following us instead of the other way around, and he will still drop these bombs from up top down on us, even though he's very clearly behind us. So, what the hell, game? Anyway, it's actually a bit sad that we cannot show off the Kunbish fight in its entirety, because it's actually one of the most interesting duels in the game, as, you know, most of the other enemies actually only have a single stance that they use to fight you. However, Kunbish has 3. Like, he can use, you know, he has 2 swords, he has a sword and a shield, or he has the halberd that he's using, and depending on which stance he is in, you actually have to match that accordingly. However, at certain points during the fight, he will lose access. Which way am I going? To one of his stances. He will visibly drop the weapon and, you know, has to change the other stance, and that makes the fight very dynamic. However, since we are just using the Ronin armor with a double damage and the Dance of Wrath, we don't see basically any of it. I mean, maybe you've caught it during the fight, but it's just over so quickly that, yeah, you don't see a lot of it. Anyway, as it turned out, the eagle actually was not in Fort Sakai, so we have no idea where she is at the moment, so we're just trying to set up like this big fight to draw her out. And we are actually already on the second to last quest for the Iki Island expansion, so our time on Iki Island is fast approaching an end here. And the massacre at Kitafuru village is basically the biggest quest. On the Iki Island expansion, there is like this massive battle that we are preparing for now. Lots of fights going on inside of it. But first of all, obviously, we have to do some scouting to survey the battlefield and see what we can make use of.
Where should we position the men? Place them among your fathers.
Thank you for praying for RNGs. I could definitely use that. Not only during the duel, but during the whole of the run with the Terrifies.
Set them off the moment your people see the invaders.
Then we ride in.
Hide people in those houses and granaries.
Where your father's victims hid, terrified and weeping. And if the Mongols don't get close?
I was ready to hit their flank. Force them in range.
What would you do there?
The moment the villagers saw your father's men approach, they knew they were doomed.
That was where they fell back.
What? Who fell back?
Where we could fall back, if we're overwhelmed.
We'll reinforce it with whatever we can throw together.
Get everyone in position. We'll hang back for now.
They don't know the...
Alright, and with that,
Get to the horses.
it's time for a couple fights. I mean, not like we just had some fights, but you get the idea.
Strike hard and fast!
If the Mongols overrun us, we'll fall
So the way this will play out is that we will get to a fight, we will do the fight, then we will just immediately go ahead to the next one, and so on and so forth for quite a bit. So I think this quest is one of the densest when it comes to fights. So a lot of stuff happening right now. Well, first of all, I would just want to go ahead and horse charge these guys over there as best as I can. Could have been better. It's actually really tricky to aim the horse charge, because as soon as you get close to some enemies, the horse kinda develops a mind of its own. Like, you know, if you've played stuff like Assassin's Creed, you know that your character somewhat becomes magnetized around ledges and stuff to grab onto. And it kinda works the same way with the horse and enemies, where it just starts to gravitate towards enemies once you get close to them. Which can be convenient, but not all of the time. Anyway, we got more shamans to deal with, first and foremost. And then some more enemies. Just totally missed that throw.
It's all over.
I used a lot of my kunai, which I don't particularly like. Well, we'll make do. We'll make do.
Enjoying herself, remembering how they slaughtered the samurai.
Quickly!
Okay, we'll make our way over to this barricade right here, right now.
You've been busy.
And then ready our explosive arrows. Wait for the enemies to come. Set this on fire. Do the same over there. And that should have killed enough enemies that these... Nope. I didn't spawn yet. They're probably there now. Yeah, now they're there. 2 shamans again. Like always, gonna take care of those first. And then we're gonna take care of all the other guys that have spawned on this side. And that should take care of everybody around here. Okay, nice.
You'll never forget the sight. So much blood. The ground.
Was a little bit off on the shaman spawn there.
all around you.
Probably only need to kill one more enemy to make them spawn, but I don't know.
The butcher.
Quiet.
More fireworks to the west.
Can't keep this up forever.
Let's go.
Right. Now that these are dealt with, we'll continue to the next part.
You think the fallback defenses are ready?
Our people need more time.
We'll hold back the invaders as long as we can.
Hold up. Fireworks stopped. It's gone quiet.
We had lookouts.
So we'll have another hostage situation
Let's take a closer look.
in this next encounter. So what we'll do is we don't want to throw all of our bombs like right at the beginning. We want to pace them out a little bit because some reinforcements will come in, and we actually do want to try and hit the reinforcements with the bombs that you throw at the last group. So let's see if we can get that. Kind of work.
That's all of them. Untie them.
So they were just a bit too far away from this guy. Oh well. Anyway, at least we didn't get the reinforcements, so that is good. Because that obviously takes way more time if you have to kill even more enemies than just having to walk over to that one dude and free him. And now we are on to the last couple fights. Well, last couple fights for this quest.
Mongols on their tail.
In any case. And this will be just a very big and chaotic fight. Because enemies can spawn from a lot of different situations. Not situations. Directions. So we just have to try and hit them as best as we can. I didn't even see that shaman over there. Where are the enemies? It's also, for some reason, really, really hard to differentiate friend from foe in these situations. Yeah, it was actually pretty meh. I'm totally honest here, but now.
You bought your men time, Funet. Defenses are ready. Hold the invaders here.
We make our last.
I'm gonna grab as much ammunition as I can here.
Kill them all.
Ah, okay, that's pretty good. Already on the last waves, so we're just gonna throw a bomb at those guys. Hopefully hit as many as we can. Yeah, that was a pretty good throw. And then we just basically rush them down. Because once we kill one more enemy over there, all of their morals should break. And they will just flee in front of us. And we've basically won. Alright.
Give chase.
Wasn't too bad. There is actually dynamic weather changes, so it will cycle between day and night and foggy weather and stormy weather, sunny weather and stuff like that dynamically. However, since we are doing so much fast travel and some missions are set to be at a specific weather condition and time of day. You don't see that a lot because, you know, some missions are forced to take place during the night, and it just kind of screws with the whole dynamic of it. But yeah, if you're just, you know, riding along the island, you totally have dynamic weather conditions. So it's a bit of both, you know. Some missions have static weather and time of day, others are dynamic. It really all just depends on the mission. But yeah, with that out of the way, we are on to the last mission of the Iki Island expansion already. We have not seen the eagle during the last skirmish. She was simply not there, so we are now trying to lure her out of hiding and, you know, finish her off so Iki Island can be free. Let's go ahead and do that in the Blessing of Death, as this quest is so aptly called. And guess what? It's another quest that is pretty heavy on the fighting after a while.
Scouts spotted the eagle's force.
Is Funa in position?
The canyons are crawling with raiders. We just have to.
I think that's just another reason why a lot of the runners nowadays prefer the Iki Island category over the main game, because, you know, it's just this really small but concise slice of the game and its gameplay. There isn't as much downtime as there is during the main game, because you will pretty quickly see, once I actually leave Iki Island for Tsushima again, that the pace just slows down dramatically, because Act 2 is really kind of slow in its pacing.
But our shamans use it as a rite of passage.
At least, you know, once we get to the end of Act 2, where it picks up dramatically again.
Yes, and they're getting worse.
I warned you this would only end in madness.
Yeah, there is no wait menu. Like, you know, from stuff like the Elder Scrolls or something, you cannot just wait around to pass the time or anything.
Over here. The Mongols are sweeping.
Okay, while these guys talk, we will just immediately continue on our merry way to where we need to go. Their talking be damned, I suppose. Jin is just that rude of a person. And we can conveniently make it here to the survey point just as we arrive, which is just... mwah. And hey, Eagle is here. Now I actually want to survey the battlefield for the shaman, and I think I spotted him like right at the beginning. He's starting to lag behind a little bit. Because what will happen here is that Jin will have another hallucination. However, all the enemies are still on the map. You can just see them right now. While we have a fight with the eagle here, quote unquote.
Just like your father.
I mean, she's just standing there menacingly. And now I immediately want to take out the shaman and then go ahead and fight the rest of these guys. Okay. So as it turns out, the eagle was just a hallucination. She wasn't actually here.
What happened?
That is bad.
The Mongols were waiting.
Central Gorge.
The eagle is there, where my father was killed.
We have to get back to Hune.
I underestimated the eagle.
You sure you didn't want to become her shaman? Offer us up to your
Yeah,
new
same.
master?
I'm no traitor. When I was imprisoned, poisoned, I thought the
I
eagle was
mean,
someone else.
having to wait imagine having to wait around for stores to open up in a video game.
Father died there.
What the hell?
Learned you joined our fight. Heard we were planning something big.
She's one step ahead. We can still win this, Tenzo.
So as it turns out, we wanted to ambush the enemies, but the enemies ambushed us, and now we are in a bit of a bind here. So let's see if we can still win this, shall we?
Hunksar Hutton! Where are you? I know you're here. Face me!
Okay, first wave done. Gonna look out for the shaman, he's over there. Stop chanting, dude. Oh, hello there, buddy. Please don't do that. Okay, we are reunited with our allies. Now it's just time to hunt for the eagle in this gorge here.
Into the canyon!
Yeah, just do what Funa says.
It's too late. The battle is lost. You failed, like you failed your father. Do you remember how you died?
Okay, so Jim will have a lot of these hallucinations around here, and the bad thing with his hallucinations is while you are having a hallucination, you have 0 resolve every time. So if I get attacked while I'm in a hallucination, I will just die and have to reload a checkpoint. So you have to be very mindful of what you're doing in all these situations, because these enemies will just keep disappearing. So I just want to make a mental note of where the shaman is. He's around here somewhere in front of me. So once I come out of the hallucination, I can just immediately go ahead and kill him and then take care of the other enemies around here. Also, the eagle will actively attack you in these situations. And since it's very easy to get hit and killed by her, what I just want to do is I want to just throw sticky bombs at her, because I just have to wait out for the dialogue to finish and she will be gone again. And the sticky bombs, knock her down to the ground. And it takes a long while to get up again, so I just get hair out of my hair by doing that. Okay, where are the other guys around here?
Keep hunting for the eagle.
Okay.
How are you holding up?
So we have one more of these fights coming up.
Maybe being here makes the
And this will be the last fight on Iki Island. Let's see, can I find the shaman? He is not here, which means he is around there somewhere.
Lord Sakai, come. I will
Again, just throw sticky bombs at the eagle.
And I will give you cold
While I get in
steel.
position to somewhere find the shaman around here. He's gotta be.
your terror. Your father's dying screams echoed off the canyon walls. Let me take away your pain.
I'll send you to hell.
Yep, there he is. Okay, now we just gotta do a little bit of cleanup. That is inconvenient.
That's the last of them.
Okay.
You know where I am.
Could have been better, could have been worse. Alright, that's all the Mongols dealt with, so the only thing remaining is the eagles, so we're gonna have another duel.
Meet me.
And the convenient thing about the duel with the eagle is at the start you get a full resolve refill. So we always start the fight with a full bar of resolve, which means we can just, be very liberal with our resolve use leading up to here. And you can also immediately use Dance of Wrath at the start to push her into the second phase. Now, once you deplete her health to a certain point, she will use another hallucination on you.
You cannot defeat me. Now.
Like this. And the only way to get out of this hallucination is to get a hit on her, like this. So you have to parry one of her attacks to get into this bind, because that triggers another cutscene that you can skip. And after this cutscene, we get another full resolve refill. So once I get out of this and get into the last phase of the fight, I can just use Dance of Wraths again until she's dead. So that makes this duel sadly a little bit anticlimactic, because you just use your best attacks over and over and she cannot defend against those. So at this point, I've basically already won the fight.
The sacred medicine, no.
Just like that. And that is the Iki Island portion of the game done. So now we will just go back to Tsushima Island, finish Act 2 and 3. Or rather, not quite finished it, we still have to do this haiku. Because that's another thing that you can do quite often during the game is, just sit down, relax, and do a little bit of poetry. So, enjoy.
Hiding in darkness. My father's hand reaching up. free at last from life.
Alright, and with these words, now we have finished the Iki Island portion of the run. Okay, go back to the ghost armor, and then we will go back to Tsushima. There. And there's actually now a new route in place. Normally, from this point onwards, I would just go ahead to Yarikawa. However, a few other runners have pointed out that it's actually faster if we go to Umugi Cove first from here. So that is what I will actually do. And this will probably be the first time you will see me do that in one of my runs. And it is set to save about 40 seconds. So, you know, I haven't looked at the timer too closely so far. But theoretically, you know, this could be a PB / world record pace if the stars align. For reference, my PB, and with that the world record for this particular category, is a 4 hour, 5 minutes and a couple of seconds. Can't remember exactly at the moment. So yeah, 4 hours, 5 minutes and something. So if we were to be that, we would have another PB / world record on our hands. I mean, you know, it's still at least 1.5 hours that we have to get through, so stuff can still go wrong. I mean, stuff has already gone wrong a little bit here and there. But I'm just saying, you know, we could PB. It's well on the cards. I mean, theoretically, I had a 4 hour and 2 minute run about 2 weeks back during Really Really Longathon 5. However, we had some tech issues during the run, and because of that, the run was invalidated, sadly. So, you know, as long as the RTMP holds up, this one could be good. No pressure. Am I going in the right direction? Oh, well, actually, yeah, okay. Oh my lord. Wait, I think you have to go this way. See, the thing is, this route here is new for me, and I have never done it in the dark during fog. So I'm pretty sure I'm way too far to the left. And that is another thing, you know, a huge part of running this game is getting to know the layout of the land and where you need to go. And yeah, I was way too far to the left. Okay, I know where I am again now. But that definitely cost me a little bit of time there, I think. Because, you know, I had to open the map, I had to change my course, so yeah, probably gonna practice this particular spot just a little bit more yet. Still, it's probably still saved quite a few seconds there. Anyway. Where was I? Yeah, we are now back in Act 2 of the main game, and we have, well, our main objective of Act 2 is to retake Castle Shimura, you know, Lord Shimura's castle, who we rescued at the end of Act 1. It is the biggest fortress on the island, and it is the Mongol headquarters at the moment, and obviously you want it back. In order to do that, we have to do 3 things. First of all, we have to get a message back to this way. We have to get a message back to mainland Japan to actually tell the shogun what the hell is happening on Tsushima Island, because the Mongols have erected a sea blockade around the island, so nobody knows that Tsushima is under Mongol control at the moment, which is obviously not great, because we need some samurai reinforcements, because all the samurai except me and Lord Shimura are dead. The second thing is we want to recruit some more people to our cause. In this case, the Yarikawa rebels, so to speak. They rebelled against Lord Shimura and his rule a couple of years back, which was brutally put down by the combined forces of Clan Sakai and Shimura, which is why they are not exactly on good terms with us. Why the hell are you doing that, Jin? I don't want to jump up there, thank you. Time loss. Time loss. And the third part is Jin has to reclaim his family's armor to, you know, properly represent Clan Sakai in the coming fight for the island. So at this point, we are trying to get the message to the mainland, to the Shogun, by enlisting a smuggler, Goro, which is this guy right in front of us. Because Lord Shimura believes that he might be able to breach the Mongol sea blockade. So let's see if that actually holds up.
Norio's here. No sign of any other ones, though.
So now that we got a map from him telling us where some of his ships are, we will make our way over to Lord Shimura's camp and tell him, hey, Goro is there, let's go meet him. And since basically absolutely nothing else is happening for the next 2 or 3 minutes, if you have anything to plug, go ahead and do so, because this would be a pretty good time.
Okay, again, since last time there had been no change in the donation, so we're still at $600.24. But I believe it's been a while since we actually plugged the specific donation we're doing this for. So this is for Team Seas, specifically more for the Ocean Conservancy organization, which covers both ocean cleanup and beach cleanup. So the $600.24 actually will be $1 is equal to 1 pound of trash collected. So that means right now we have totaled up to about 600 pounds that will be cleaned up for Team Seas. Apart from that, specifically, one thing that I have been reading about the ocean cleanup portion is that a lot of the cleanup comes from ghost gear, which is discarded fishing gear that many people have just left behind or got snagged on rocks and just cut the line from. And it's probably one of the most deadliest trashes left behind by humans. So basically they send teams after research has been done on the portions of beaches and ocean to then, you know, dive down and remove all the ghost gear that they can see from that location.
This way. I'm happy you're alive, my lord.
Thank you for agreeing to settle your debt.
I'll do my best.
Alright, and with that, we have now met up with Goro, and this part can be a little bit scary, because we need all 4 NPCs, you know, Goro, Lord Shimura, and these 2 samurai to come this way. And when they dismount their horses, they can get stuck on the geometry sometimes and not follow you, which means you soft lock and have to load a checkpoint. Luckily, didn't happen right now, so I'm happy with that. But yeah, it's another thing that can go wrong if you go too fast. If you just, you know, go at the pace that the game wants you to. I think I've never seen it happen, but yeah. It's just all around sad times if it does.
How long can we keep the element of surprise?
Another soft lock potential is coming up in just a minute here, when we actually try to storm Fort Mitotake, which you can already see in the distance over there. So first of all, we're gonna fight all these Mongols outside the gates. And by fight, I mean throw a ton of bombs at them. And obviously at the end of all this, we have to go inside the fort, right? I mean, that much should be clear. And you can see these 2 Mongols trying to close the gate in the background there. However, they too can get terrified. And when that happens, their eye just kind of bonks out and they don't close the door properly anymore. Thankfully they did. So we can proceed with the run. Because, you know, they can just get stuck in a loop there. They will try to close the gate, get terrified, and then they are back when the gate is fully open and try to close it again, and that just keeps on happening and happening and happening. They're just in an AI loop at that point. And it's bad. You have to reload the checkpoint and have to do the whole thing in front of the gate again. You know, fighting all these Mongols and stuff. Which obviously loses quite a bit of time. But thankfully that did not happen, so yeah. Great. This can happen, I think, 2 more times at different points during the run, so, you know, fingers crossed we don't see any of it. Oh yeah, we'll just drop a smoke bomb so these archers leave me alone while I climb these rocks. And then we'll make our way through Fort Michidake. And, you know, just for the record, I love dogs, you know, they are wonderful creatures. We have 2 dogs of our own. But, by God, I absolutely hate these little bratty Mongolian ankle biters that will be all over me during the course of this quest. Like, they can go just straight to hell for all I care. Because my God, are they annoying. As I can probably already tell. Stop it! Leave me alone! Yeah, get burned! That is the only satisfaction that you get during the course of this quest, when the Watcher, you know, this artillery piece up there, just shoots its flaming arrows at them. Jesus Christ, dude, leave me alone! Oh, didn't get terrified, huh? Bastard. Anyway, all we had to do during this quest was to get up to this tower, kill these 2 archers to mount the Watcher. Because we now have a little bit of an auto-scroller going on. Because obviously Goro's ship, which you can see on the right over there with the big sail, got spotted by the Mongol fleet. And now we have to help him out by destroying the whole of the Mongol fleet stationed around here so we can actually escape them and deliver our message to the Shogun. So all these enemy spawns are set, so you always know when and where these will come from and where they spawn and whatnot. So, yeah. They're just gonna hang around here for a minute or 2. You know, we are actually putting waste into the ocean, I'm sad to say, by burning all these ships and you know, these people and these flaming arrows and stuff. I'm sorry to say, we have to do this. But I guess somebody will come and clean it up, you know. I'm pretty sure that will happen. Yeah, then again, it's just wood. I think wood is not as bad compared to plastic and other things that we tend to put in the ocean nowadays. So I hope that's okay if we do that here. Alright. Can somebody clear my conscience on that? Okay, once Jin says we've made it, we've actually made it. Because we killed all the ships, or destroyed all the ships, or whatever the fuck. Language. Anyway. With that, we have completed a message in fire. Our message is on the way to the Shogun. So up next is the liberation of Yarikawa. Now, as I explained earlier, Yarikawa is not exactly on good terms with us or Clan Shimura, so we definitely have to do some kind of convincing with these guys. But first of all, of course, we have to get there. And all we gotta do for that is to go ahead and ride north for a little while to get to Yarikawa Prefecture. Am I down the right way here? A little bit too far to the right. Yeah, like I said, I'm running a little bit of a different route than I am used to at the moment, and I thought I had practiced it thoroughly for this run, but as it turns out, I'm always too far to the left for some particular reason. I don't know why. Oh well. It still works out. It should still save time it just looks a little bit sloppy because I have to actually open up the menu and look at the map to see if I'm going in the right direction or not. Which loses you about, I don't know, 2 to 3 seconds every time or so. Depending on how much time you actually spend on the map. If you didn't put trash in the ocean, you would not have this stream. Right. I mean, there is some truth in that. It's just a question of, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? I mean, on the plus side, if this marathon wouldn't happen, I wouldn't run in it. Or, you know, any of the other runners showcasing their games. On the other side, you know, we wouldn't have trash in the ocean, so... bit of a catch-22, I guess. Anyway, as it turns out, both Yuna and Taka are originally from Yarikawa, so we hope that they might help us smooth relations over a little bit. So, let's see if that actually helps or not. Also, I have the wrong armor on. I just noticed.
No, we left years earlier. when we were children.
Because we have another quote-unquote stealth section coming on. But, you know, at this point, I guess everybody is pretty familiar on how we handle stealth in this game.
They're heading for town.
Let them pass.
They're clear. This way.
Okay, just wait for the patrol to go away, and then we'll just be on our merry way to Yarikawa. That's actually a small skip coming up in just a second, because we will have another look at Yarikawa where we are in this survey mode again, you know, where we have to click on these white circles to have Jin have a little bit of dialogue about them. However, if I manage to click on the first circle fast enough, that didn't happen. Ah, God. This even was the thing that I actually did not have to look at all. So normally you only have to look at this camp right here and not at the gates, and then you can immediately look at this tree and everything is good. However, because I skipped the cutscene, what can happen here is that it confuses the AI that is supposed to put you into place where the survey happens, and you saw Jin stutter around a little bit before he actually crouched down, and I was able to look at the stuff. And that made it so that I was in the wrong position. Wait, first of all, it took way too long. I wouldn't have gotten the skip anyway. But it also put me in the wrong position that I accidentally looked at the wrong thing. And that probably cost me, I don't know, 10 to 15 seconds or so. However long that dialogue plays out. I actually have no idea. It has been so long since I have listened to that extra dialogue at the gate that I can't even tell you anymore how long it actually takes. Yeah, that's just some of the things that make this run a little bit wonky at times, because, you know, your characters move during cutscenes, but since you skip the cutscenes, the game just basically tries to force your character to go to that specific spot, and it can be a little bit janky from time to time. So again, a little bit of RNG going on here. Also, we have another walkie-talkie section going on. However, we can't even jump during this part. So instead what we do is we do sword strikes and immediately cancel them with a block. And since we still get the forward momentum from the sword strike, we move faster during that point. And then we just go up this ladder once we actually can. Go up here and immediately trigger the next cutscene. So we just skip a bunch of dialogue. And after that is done, we are just back to our usual walkie-talkie jumpy shenanigans.
Don't worry, they're too stubborn to surrender.
And yes, all these sections where you just, you know, walk along with your companions while having a talk, some exposition dumping, so to speak, I call those the walkie-talkie sections. Sue me. I like it.
Ojima-san knows you're here. You two go ahead. I want to check on the swordsmith.
Anyway, this is Uchimasa. He's the leader of Clan Yarikawa. He is a brat. We do not like him. He does not like us. We still need his trust.
The whole island's burning, Yarikawa's next.
And we learned from the people around here that Yarikawa's best archers are missing because they actually ventured outside of the stronghold here and haven't been heard of in quite a while. So we deduce that, you know, if you can find these archers and bring them back, maybe the people around here will actually start liking us.
So Smith remembered you?
So that is exactly what we're gonna do now. Also, this die that I have on the ghost armor now is based on Shadow of the Colossus, if you weren't able to tell by the symbol all over the armor by this point. If you have, good on you. If we haven't, well, now you know. So at this point, we've basically seen all the three armor dies that you can get with the Iki Island expansion, the Sakai, the Ghost of War die on the Sakai armor, the Bloodborne die on the Kensai armor, and, you know, pretty much for most of the run, the Shadow of the Colossus die on the Ghost armor. I think it looks actually the best out of all of those, on the Ghost armor, that is. You know, compared to the other Ghost armor dies, is what I wanted to say, actually.
What's he doing here?
Also, I can't just ride up to you now. Why didn't I do that? Anyway, time to look for some archers.
Someone killed them.
Wasn't us.
Arrow wounds.
Where are the arrows?
Pulled out to reuse them.
Sign of a skilled archer.
Calls lawyer to sue you and your walkie-talkie mess. Well, as long as they wait until I'm done with this run, should be okay.
We used to come here to catch crickets.
At least once a week.
Then we'd weave tiny bamboo cages.
A single female lawyer.
Crickets to get you away from our mother.
Why would it have to be a single female lawyer?
The crickets kept you
I think there's a joke in there that I'm probably not getting. Because it's like 11 a.m. and I've been speedrunning this for nearly 3 hours now.
This house.
Didn't the samurai?
Well, it's not early anymore, but it was pretty early when I started the run. So I think my mind is still not properly functioning outside of this game.
Gozamats. They've been sleeping here.
At least the bear didn't get them.
Bear ate most of their food.
Maybe that's why I'm still alive. He wasn't.
Okay, we just gotta have to look at some things around the house here.
Hide to make adhesive.
Nothing too fancy.
Must have been here.
Jin, Taka, I found some.
They stole the Mongols' explosives.
I don't care that you found something, you know.
I like these archers.
I just want to look at stuff. So in a moment we will find these archers. You can already see them down by the rock. And even though Jin will tell us to keep our head down, it makes absolutely no difference. You can just run straight to Daikoku, the lead archer over there.
A samurai.
Also, he's Scorpion.
Get over here.
I mean, come on, who else in the history of games says get over here? Honestly.
Let's have a look at that camp. There's your archers. All in good health.
The sooner we free them, the better.
Futurama reference. Oh god. It has been so long since I've watched Futurama.
There they are.
Well, I guess you gave me a reason to watch it again. Also, fight!
Destroy them!
So this is one of the most jankiest fights in the game, because you have to kill a lot of enemies, and there are a lot of different spots where they can spawn from. So most of the time you're just straight up running around the battlefield like a headless chicken, seeing where they spawn from this time. Trying to intercept them as quickly as you can. Okay, where are the others? Missing at least one more commander. There he is. Okay, that was acceptable. So let's actually talk about how enemy spawns in this game works. So the number of enemies and what variation of enemies there are is set in stone. Like you will always, for example, face, 5 enemies, and 3 of those are going to be swordsmen and 2 archers. That will always be the case. However, Where they spawn from is dependent on where your camera is at a certain point. So for example, enemies will definitely never ever spawn where you look at any point. So you will never see them spawn. They will always spawn outside of your camera range or behind a building or something similar. And obviously they will spawn, you know, at certain points, like when the enemy number has dropped to a certain amount, or if you've reached a certain point on the battlefield, and, you know, other triggers like that. However, since during this fight that we just did, we have enemy companions, it is really hard to properly gauge how many enemies are still left on the battlefield, because your allies can also start killing those. So it's basically impossible to manipulate your camera in such a way that all the reinforcements spawn where you want them to, because you simply do not know how many enemies are still left alive unless you use your camera to start looking for them. And that is why that particular fight can be just such a mess, because there are a lot of different enemy spawn points, and you just have to constantly check the battlefield to where the rest of the enemies that are still on the battlefields are, and it just... it's a mess. Another mess was me trying to get into this horse, because normally he comes from the right side. I have no idea why he came from the left this time, but I guess that happened. Anyway. This is the last part of the Yarikawa questline. We now have to defend against the coming onslaught of the Mongols. And this is probably the favorite quest from a lot of people from the main game, because this is basically where the ghost is born. More or less. Well, I guess he's already been born, but this is where he really comes alive, I guess. Is the better term. We shoot 3 explosive arrows at that gate, then we throw 1 bomb at these guys. Go a little bit outside the gate, wait for the reinforcements to come in. And once they are huddled up, we throw another bomb, hopefully hitting all of them. And then we probably need 1 more to take care of the rest of those guys. And then we have 1 brave Mongol. Ow, ow, dup, dup. Oh, don't jump. You're freaking kidding me. So, what happened there is, I wanted to go outside and kill that 1 Mongol, because, you know, we have to kill all the enemies in order to make this quest progress. However, Yarikawa is considered a quest location, or rather this Mongol camp is considered a quest location. And how the game, you know, it's an open world game. And how the game discourages you from coming to these points early is they say that an overwhelming enemy force is present here, and what happens is you just get pestered with arrows if you just come close to it. And apparently it was still considered to be that way, even though we are in the quest doing the thing that we are supposed to do, and they just littered me with arrows, and I would just have died repeatedly over and over again. So I just had to go ahead and reload the checkpoint. Well, I guess the joke was on me then there. Noted. Don't walk out the gate. It's interesting. I've never seen that happen before, actually. Anyway, we are now supposed to dismantle the enemy's siege equipment, which are these trebuchets. You normally can't do that while you are still in combat. However, you can just drop a smoke bomb, which will take you outside of combat, and then you can just, you know, dismantle these things, even though these enemies are still around. Makes that go by a little bit quicker. And since I'm low on resolve now, I actually go ahead and equip the Kensei armor and jump down off this cliff in order to regain more resolve. And since I've had to menu anyway, I might as well just put on the Mongol commander's armor just to make this a little bit more safer, because now I have to make my way back inside the village again. You are actually supposed to kill all of these guys, but as you can imagine, that just takes time. You don't need to do that. So I will just stealth my way over to the gate that they're closing in the background right now.
Sounds like he's near the keep.
Alternatively, you can just run to the end and drop a smoke bomb. It works just as well. It's absolutely no difference, but yeah, might as well do it that way. And then we'll just go back to the Ronin attire because we have another duel coming up. Ah, come on. Okay. Open it before they spotted me again. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. And since I have full resolve on the Ronin attire, this duel should be over pretty quickly.
I am Jin Sakai, and I have killed men like you all across our island.
Your blood will soak the island!
You have killed men in many countries to me, but here, you die.
That was the Takemuge fight. And this is the point in the game where you would normally unlock the ghost stance. And we actually have to use the ghost stance right here in order to continue with the game. And what the ghost stance is, you can basically think of it as the Rage of the Gods from God of War or similar game mechanics. In order to be able to activate it, or rather you can see it in the lower right of the screen there. It's currently empty because I just used it. But what you have to do is you have to kill 7 enemies without getting hit whatsoever in between. If you manage to do that, you can use the ghost stance, and it does what I just demonstrated. It gives you basically, you know, invincibility in the sense that no enemy will attack you while you're inside it, or nearly no enemy, there are a few exceptions. And you can straight out kill 3 enemies with 1 strike. Now, on paper, that sounds pretty good, right? You know, you just gotta get to it, and then you can just go ahead and kill 3 enemies. No questions asked. The problem, though, is if you kill these enemies, they don't trigger Terrify. And as you saw there, the animation for that is also very, very slow. And that just basically disqualifies it for use in a speedrun, at least on New Game Plus. Because why would I go ahead and just... Oh, wrong armor. Why would I go ahead and just kill 3 enemies, very slowly, mind you, if instead I can just throw a bomb and kill like 10 just from the explosion and then terrify another 5 on top of that or something? So there is just absolutely no reason to ever use the ghost stance during the speedrun unless it is required to do so, like it was just now where we got it. Now keep in mind though, if you're playing this on a fresh save file, you know, not on New Game Plus, ghost stance is actually pretty good because, you know, we basically do not have any Terrify mechanics to work with. I mean, we kind of do, but we kind of don't because it's not worth it to do it. So yeah. But yeah, on the New Game Plus run, absolutely not needed. Anyway, we got the message to the Shogun. We have liberated Yarikawa. They are now fighting for our cause. The only thing left to do before we can get to the end of Act 2 is to go to Omi Village, which is Jin's hometown, and reclaim the Sakai armor, which we are actually already wearing right now. So, plot continuity, I guess. And on the way there, we will go ahead and grab another fast travel point, which conveniently is right along our way anyway, for Lord Shimura's camp, which we'll use a couple times later on in the chapter. Because a lot of stuff keeps on happening there. Once we have the armor, which we already have. Figure that one out. Anyway, yeah, if you have anything else to plug, I think now might be a good time because we're just making our way over to Omi.
Yeah, currently there was a new donation for $20, so that means our newest amount would be $620 and still 24 cents.
Nice.
By the name of Mannix. I believe probably is the same Mannix who will be running later today. And I believe his run will be the Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky FC. It's going to be an any percent glitchless. And that's in about 13 hours according to the Ongus schedule. But other than that, the donation was towards the Sonic vs. Blaze in Sonic Rush, and that is pretty much going to be $18 ahead of Sonic, so that was for the Blaze donation.
Nice. So a big shout outs to Manix. He's actually gonna run the longest run in this marathon with Trails of Cold Steel. I think it's about an 8-hour run or so. The second longest run in this marathon, just for comparison, is done by me right now. It's a 4-hour run, so you know his run will take double the amount of time that mine does. So strap on your belt, everybody. That will be a ride to behold. Definitely tune in for that one. So anyway, we made our way to Omi Village, and may I introduce you all to Yuriko. Yuriko is basically the housemate of Clan Sakai. You know, she was keeping everything in check for, well, around our house while we were away waging war and stuff. And Yuriko, like any old maiden, is a bit of a speedrun bother, because so far during these walkie-talkie sections, what I would do is just, you know, jump along to hurry our NPC allies up in order to egg them on. However, Yuriko has a mind of her own. There's absolutely nothing that you can do to hurry her up, you know. You just have to walk at her pace. There is no alternative to that. And if you even manage to break out of that and walk ahead of her, well, guess what? She will just stop walking and wait for you to come back again. So, yeah. You walk at Yuriko's pace, or you do not progress at all.
But his aim is unmatched.
Apart from that, though, she's probably one of the best side characters in the game. Like, her side quest line is just absolutely phenomenal. I think I haven't talked to anybody who wasn't moved to tears by it, because it just hits home at a very personal note for everybody. And I can guarantee that each and everybody watching this or living on this planet has been in a similar situation at one point in their lives, or will be at some point. And it's a bit heartbreaking, but it's also bittersweet. So if you haven't played the game, you know, do yourself a favor and definitely play it. The story overall is just great. It has been, you know, praised by a lot of people for a lot of different reasons. And, you know, some of the side stories in particular are just phenomenal.
I mourn my father. We used to meditate here.
Also, you cannot skip these haiku cutscenes, so they are always just, you know, a nice little, I don't know, 15 to 20 second break or so that you get in between. Not long enough to use the restroom, but yeah, at least get a sip of water in or something. Anyway, now that we have paid our respects, we have, you know, pressed the F button, or R2 in this case. We will go back to the mansion and finally reclaim the armor of Clan Sakai, the Sakai armor, as aptly named as it is, which again we already have on our person. Just saying that again for emphasis. Now, one of the perks of the Sakai armor is longer standoff streaks. You can get up to 5 with a maximum upgraded Sakai armor. And the game, you know, kind of wants you to do that at that point. However, it's just way faster to run right into these Ronin, drop a smoke bomb and just assassinate them. Because the animations are just way faster than doing the standoff itself. So yeah, we're not going to do that.
You said earlier you...
With that out of the way, we can just switch back to the Ghost Armor again.
Can you make it stronger? Enough to kill a man?
No one deserves that.
Can you do it?
The effects in larger doses are ugly.
Good.
Oh, my lord. Sit with me a moment.
Okay, this is, now that we have reclaimed our family armor, this is the point where we would get the blowgun. So after I do this quest, I will be at the point where we will not use the blowgun anymore during the run. Because if you were to do it, well, we then would get the unskippable 25-second cutscene or whatever. And obviously we don't want to get that, so yeah, blowgun is basically forbidden after this point. Also, the way this works is that Yuriko basically tells Jin that she is using a poison to keep the rats out of the rice. And that basically gives him the idea, maybe, you know, maybe just increase the dosage of the poison and you can kill people with it. And yeah, well, that is how that comes into play here. We're just gonna grab these reeds. We'll make a blowgun out of those. And we'll already go back to Yuriko now. Very quick in and out kind of mission.
Jin, alone in the world.
Alright, so there's one part left to this quest, and that is to get on the horse, first and foremost. And then we will have to go to Yuriko's camp and collect some of the seeds that she uses for the poison.
Strong enough for the invaders.
So again, you know, just a little bit of riding going on, a little bit of talking. Just enjoy the scenery. It's basically an auto-scroller.
It's nice to ride with you again.
You and Lord Shimura taught me to ride. On that runt pony.
You just have to be aware of Yuriko's pathing a little bit, because sometimes you can get messed up at certain points.
You were the Shogun himself.
Just to make sure that he stays in front of you and follows the path. Otherwise, again, you might get too far ahead and, you would have to go back and fetch her again. Which you absolutely do not want to see, again. At this point right here, once again, movement is slowed down, so we'll dismount and jump.
So funny.
I just remembered it was out here you nearly killed your uncle.
What?
You were 3 or 4? The poor man was trying to teach you how to hold your wooden kodachi. You wanted to chase butterflies.
I know the story. My uncle's black eye took weeks to heal.
Lord Shimura and your father laughed so hard, I fear they'd both choke to death.
I don't remember my father's laugh.
He lost his humor after your mother got sick. But you have your father's laugh. Here we are.
A gozamet and a campfire.
And now we just have to go around the camp and collect these 3 purple flowers. Once you actually are allowed to do so, that is.
Rest, Yuriko. I will get them for you.
Don't eat the seeds, they're poisonous.
I'm not a child, Yuriko.
Oh. I know. Remember how we'd gather flowers for your mother?
She arranged them for the little alcove at home.
That should be enough. Bring them to me, young master.
And this is where we now officially get the blowgun, so we will have a small tutorial about how to use that by having some conveniently placed Ronin down there.
He will regret what he did to Saddam.
So you can see its full effect for once. So basically what that thing does is it makes it so that you cough up your own blood. Which is, yeah, a thing. It's quite hideous to watch. And now we have done all the 3 sub-goals in this act. You know, we have reclaimed our family armor, we have recruited the people of Yarikawa, and we have gotten the message out to the Shogun. So now it's time to think about how we can go ahead and reclaim Castle Shimura.
Red leaves? No, it has pepper.
Treat your weapon, lords.
However, there's one more thing that we actually have to do, and that is that Shimura has intercepted a message by the Mongols, which states that Ryuzo and a band of Ronin is actually holed up near here. set to ambush us if we were to attack Castle Kaneda. And so Lord Shima asks us, you know, do you want to take care of your old friend? And Jin is like, hell yeah, I'm gonna do that. He's a traitor. So we will now make our way over to Fort Koyasan and deal with Ryuzo once and for all, the traitorous snake. Don't need to seize their poisonous, clean them? Good point, you know? Very good point. Do clean the seas. Help us clean the seas. You know, donate. Give us money. So we can liberate Tsushima Island. I mean, clean the seas. Basically the same thing, right? So interesting thing going on here. First of all, it will be nightfall, because the game makes it night at this point. So we can infiltrate the fort. Jin notices there are a lot of Mongols there. And out of nowhere comes Taka. Now Taka isn't a good fighter. So they make a deal that Taka will, you know, be a diversion, lure all the Mongols out of the camp. So we only have to deal with Ryuzo and his men. However, we as speedrunners are a little bit too impatient for approaches like this. So instead of waiting for Taka to lure them all out, what we're gonna do is we just run straight into the camp, right through all these people, and then just go straight for the second gate to the inner compound. Normally we can't do that because we're still in combat, so we drop a smoke bomb and then we open the gate and we're good. However, because we did that, you know, the game normally expects all these Mongols to be gone, because either they have had to leave the camp or you would have to kill them in order to get here, but they're still around. So the game gets confused, and for a while now you will hear the Mongols very angrily scream at us like this until the end of this quest. So yeah, you guys enjoy confused Mongol screams for a while.
I need my sword.
Also, yeah, we got captured. Taka got captured as well. Taka doing not so great anymore. So we are now angry and will just mercilessly assassinate people.
No!
Shuna, wait!
Taka! He wasn't supposed to be here.
So yeah, Taka is dead. His sister doesn't take it exactly good. I mean, who would? So we are now out on for a bit of revenge. Conveniently, there are some enemies coming along, so we can vent a little bit. My god, leave me be. That's not what I wanted to do, but okay. What? Oh, you have to kill the dogs for the reinforcements to come. Okay. Everybody? That could have been a little bit cleaner, but I'll take it. I don't think I've ever not killed these 3 dogs in the initial charge, so I didn't know that you'd have to kill those as well to make the next wave appear. That was interesting. That guy will get fired. He will indeed. And spoiler alert, he won't be the only guy who get fired. We are firing a lot of people in this game. From their jobs, from their lives, and yes, Mongols are still screaming at us. But yeah, Taka is dead. I guess it's we couldn't kill Ryuzo because the guy escaped. So I guess it's time to assault Castle Kaneda now. Not Kaneda, Castle Shima. Sorry, we already liberated Castle Kaneda quite a while ago. Okay, so this is basically the biggest quest of Act 2. So we will do a small shopping trip here. Stock up on a couple things. Then have a talk with Yuna. And then we will assault Castle Shima. So let's hope that goes well.
Take care, Yuna. I need to meet Lord Oga.
I'll see you on the battlefield.
Lord Sakai.
Your fire pun held your soul. Well,
Lord Sakai, to rescue your uncle, then recruit the Yarikawa outcast.
Maybe you need some kind of ice armor then.
But I trust him with my life.
Then I will do the same. Is it true people have a name?
Okay, guys, I think it's pun time.
They needed something to believe in after the samurai were defeated.
Now the samurai are back. It's time
So, who has some puns?
and re-establish the shogun's law.
If you have a pun, donate them along with $1 or so, and we will have Baron just read them.
The Khan is dead.
How does that sound?
Lord Shimura, your nephew has arrived. Jin,
You can make me groan in pain while I try to do a speedrun at one of the most crucial points in the game. How does that sound?
you have done well, Jin.
Puns for the pun god? Money for Team C's? Sounds like a deal to me.
This is our moment.
Oh. Okay, so another pretty big fight scenario we're getting into ourselves here. Once again, we're gonna use fire to terrify these guys. I don't have enough bombs, do I? Why do I have a few bombs? Ah, make do.
Forward! Show the Mongols we will not be denied. Move to higher ground. Clear the way ahead. Strike them down, Lord Sakai. Keep swinging, Noya.
So this is another point where we can get a bit of a soft lock, because these people are gonna try and open a gate, or close a gate rather. And again, these guys can get terrified, so let's see if they actually manage to open the gate while we all wait around like idiots. Okay, they managed. So normally, I think the game doesn't expect you to kill all the guys in the courtyard there so quickly. So normally you wouldn't even see these guys, you know, very slowly closing the gate behind them. So it just looks always funny if you get to that point in the speedrun. Because, you know, you've already killed all the opposing forces in that courtyard, and everybody on your side is just waiting around for these two guys to go through that gate and close it behind them. Very... Oh, come on, dudes. Very slowly. So optimally, you can just swing up top there, but sometimes these archers just say no and shoot you down. There's absolutely nothing you can do about that. But you do not have to kill anybody in this courtyard, you just have to get to the end up here. So we can just bypass all the fights that would normally happen.
Stay close. Hold your position.
And now we just do a couple more bomb throws. Take out a couple people. Come on, Jin. Oh, that... Ah, God. That didn't go as planned. Got hung up on a few enemies there.
Aim at the Mongol. Clear path.
But it's fine. This is where we get another watcher. Thankfully, it can differentiate between friend or foe. So even though we're just mindlessly shooting everything, we are absolutely certain that we will never hit our allies. However, we don't have to use the watcher all the time. You can just leave it be and join the fray on foot, which is actually faster. Okay, where's the commander? There he is. So if you see, you know, enemy formations like these, you always want to prioritize the commander because he will never get terrified. You always have to kill those. And that is why you want to go for these guys first. So if somebody could open that door for me, please, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Just shoot a couple explosive arrows. People around here. There are some enemies missing. Okay, what's going on? There they are. Yeah, no idea why these guys didn't spawn. I guess I was just going too fast or something. A little bit awkward, but oh well. Worked out in the end. So yeah, anyway, the bridge exploded along with half of our forces by a clever ambush by the Mongols. But, you know, Lord Shimura, being the strategic genius that he is, just wants to rebuild the bridge and just keep it on charging, which Jin is not okay with, because that would just jeopardize too many lives. So he has a little bit of a fallout with his uncle, and decides there's a better way, which is to silently infiltrate the Mongols' castle over there, and poison everybody, which is absolutely against the samurai code of honor. But, you know, it will save lives. It will ensure our victory, so we will just go ahead and do it. Just gonna make our way over here silently. Aha. Ah. Well, I got half of the skip. Just gonna make our way over here. Okay. Got a little bit confused which range weapon I had equipped there.
That was clear. Now look for a way to poison all of them.
Okay, once again, we're just gonna have a survey around our surroundings here.
A straw hat. Ryuzo. Of course he's here. They're preparing a feast. I can poison the Khan's fermented milk. let his army drink the Arag, then kill any survivors.
No, Hex, you have to donate for the puns to be read.
My uncle's leading us into
We're not gonna read
Speaking
it.
of that,
Yeah, go ahead.
we did have another donation from Mannix for a pun, if you want me to read it out to you.
Go ahead.
Pun is, how do you call the soul of those whom perished due to sickness on this island?
I have no idea.
to reach their feast.
The ghosts of Achumura.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Okay, so that's $2 more to our cause, and that should be $622.24.
Nice.
Now to wait.
But yeah, this was another point. We just used the Mongol commander's armor to run straight through this enemy camp. At the end, we have to poison the Iraq, the fermented milk that the Mongols tend to drink. However, again, you cannot do that while you are while the enemies have spotted you. So we just drop some smoke bombs to once again get out of combat, and that is the end of that. And with that, we are off to the final boss fight of Act 2. As you can probably already tell by me switching over to the Ronin entire again. And surprise, it's Ryuzo. So we finally have our rematch. This time, we're just gonna kill him.
I won't die by your uncle's hand.
You won't stop me, Ryuzo.
The poison. I'll never forgive you. You broke your uncle's code.
You left me no choice.
And that is the end of Act 2. So we are in the final act of the game now. We have about 40 minutes or so left in this run. And yeah, so a lot of stuff happens during this cutscene. So first of all, we poisoned all the Mongols. We completely went against the samurai code of honor. We had a big fallout with our uncle. We have basically been captured now, and the shogun has now sentenced us to death for being a, well, unhonorable guy, I guess. So yeah, but basically we are not friends with the samurai anymore. We are now on our own. We only have our friends to count on, that being, Kenji and Yuna, Sensei Ishikawa, yeah, all the people that we have helped previously. But yeah, all the samurai now hate us. Obviously the Mongols still hate us. So we only have one objective in Act 3. And that is to go ahead and kill the Khan. So first of all, in order to do that, of course, we have to escape captivity. So we'll just quickly make our way out of this camp. But yeah, all the cutscenes we just skipped, they hit hard. Like, they are really emotionally charged. So, again, do yourself a favor and, experience the game's story in its fullest. By getting out there, buying it and playing it yourself, it's a wonderful game. I mean, it's a wonderful game to speedrun as well, especially if you are not that experienced with speedruns themselves, because for better or worse, it doesn't have a lot of crazy glitches or anything going on for it. It's more or less just play the game well, and just play it normally and do it good and fast. And that's more or less it, actually. So yeah, another this cutscene that I'm just skipping now is probably another very emotional one, because basically our horse died. It got shot while we tried to escape the castle, and watching that cutscene is heartbreaking. And remember, in the beginning, we didn't have the option to skip the cutscenes. We had to watch this cutscene each and every time we wanted to do, or we did the speedrun. And it gets to you, man. It really does. So yeah, F's in chat for the horse. It is dead. We have lost our trusted companion.
The storm's coming. Better find Yuna soon.
Also, we have no weapons. We have absolutely nothing. So we have to do this stealthily the proper way. Absolutely nothing we can do here. I'm just gonna make extra sure that that guy with the torch over there doesn't see me. I think he shouldn't. So we need to make our way over to this tree here. So let's look at the corpses.
Yuna's not here.
You donated to cancer?
Poured from his mouth.
Dude, what the hell? Why would you donate to cancer? And I'm not gonna say what the rest of that message read. I'm just gonna leave it at that and make people wonder why I would call somebody out to donate to cancer. Anyway, as it turns out, while we were imprisoned, and do keep in mind, the end of Act 2 and what we've played now, there's about a, I don't know, 2-month gap time-wise or so between this. In that time, the Mongols have actually learned to make our poison themselves, and they just shot us with a poisoned arrow. So, you know, Jin is basically dying right now. However, through the power of resolve and plot armor, he survives. And we can just continue.
Now to find Yuna.
Why did I open that door? Let me just slash it down. Ah, well. Guess it's just one of these ones.
I think I found a better hideout. Climb up and look toward the mountain.
A hideout. Somewhere by the mountain.
Okay, so we are in the far north of the island now.
And in striking
In Kamiagata, as the region is called. And, you know, we basically have no allies at this point. So, we are not friends with the samurai anymore. All of our friends are still in the south because they cannot join us. Because, you know, Castle Shimura is in the way and another Mongol fort. So, once again, pick your poison, literally. So, not only do we have to find a stronghold, but we once again have to find allies to help us go ahead and kill the Khan, so we can actually, you know, finish this invasion force off. And since we have more riding and trucking up ahead, if you have anything to plug, go ahead.
Why did you surrender to your uncle?
If I didn't give myself up, everyone who followed me would have attacked the samurai.
Nothing much to plug at the moment. Again, probably to do another reminder, the commands are exclamation point donation for the donation link, exclamation point merch for the merch partnership that we have, and then there is also exclamation point R, which will link you to your Twitch channel for everyone who has enjoyed your great commentary that we have had tonight.
Thank you.
When I was young, Lord Shimura became my father.
Gonna tell you, it's starting to get to my throat for sure after a while.
I never wanted to disappoint him. I have to hope we can heal this wound. Whatever happens, his forgiveness won't change who I am.
But yeah, we are close to our destination now.
My own choices.
So what we will do first of all is we try to secure Jogaku Temple, which will serve as our base of operations for the whole of Act 3. And, you know, obviously it's under Mongol occupation, and I guess we can fix that.
We could scout the temple grounds from it.
Leave the horses here. We'll go in on foot.
But first of all, we have to liberate a small fishing hamlet, or rather, rescue the persons who are being held captive there.
Or frozen lake.
For that, we will just sneak up on these Mongols. All stealthy like. Wait for the chain assassination command to pop up. Okay, that got rid of all the enemies. As you can see, that guy is still so terrified of us, he's just running away as fast as he can, out the window.
Can't rush in.
And then we will take another look at the temple.
They left explosives on the ice. We can use that against them.
You know, honestly, people,
Watching the lake.
why the hell would you leave this many explosive barrels on an icy lake? Like, what the hell? Where is your logistics manager? Can I talk to the manager here, please? I mean, you know, it totally works for me, but guys, really, like, don't. Just don't. Because what we'll do here is we will lure all these Mongols out onto the ice, into convenient range of a lot of red barrels. And everybody who's ever played a video game knows what a red barrel is for, right? I mean, anyway. Yeah, all your friends are dead now. That's what you get for being a dumbass. These guys survived, miraculously. No, they didn't. And yeah, just, you know, first of all, don't crowd around red barrels and don't leave them out in the open on the ice. I mean, that's just life advice right then and there. Anyway, works for us, so let's go inside the temple. And actually free the people that are being held captive there. Normally you're supposed to go to the right there. We don't care, we just barge right in through the front gate. I will drop a smoke bomb here, even though I don't normally need to do this, but I've had very, very jank stuff happen as of late. That has convinced me that that smoke bomb is absolutely vital. Because normally what I would do is I would just assassinate these two brutes at the entrance and then immediately turn around and throw that explosive black powder bomb into the other enemies. And that would be it. But what happens most of the time nowadays is I assassinate the two guys and then get immediately peppered with poisoned arrows that kill me. And I just don't want to see that anymore. So that is why I dropped that smoke bomb, so it buys me a little bit of time to get my bearing and line up the bomb throw and just take, you know, a scan around the battlefield, see where the rest of the enemies are, and then go from there accordingly. Probably loses a little bit of time now, but doesn't lose as much time as if he would actually die. So that's good. Anyway, we are gonna do another shopping trip. Because we are heavily depleted on resources. So we need explosive arrows, we need more bombs, because we always need more bombs. Some kunais won't hurt, we need also some of these, and some of that. Alright. Okay. Now the thing is, since we are in the far north reaches of the map, we can't reach our allies, because there are only two places through which you can get to the north. One is Castle Shimura, you know, where all the samurai who now hate us are, and the other is Fort Kaminodake, which is in Mongol control. So obviously, if you want to see our allies, what we have to do is liberate Fort Kaminodake, so that our allies can actually get to us. Now, our allies at this point, again, being Kenji, Norio, Sensei Ishikawa, Lady Masako, and basically the rebels of Yarikawa. But since, again, we can't take on a whole fort by ourselves, even though technically we could, but yeah, story won't allow it, we have to befriend some hunters who are living in, or on top of a mountain. So that is where we are gonna make our way over now. But as you can see, navigating the game in Kamiagata is pretty hard because everything is just white. There are basically no visual indicators to check if you're going the right way or not. You just have to feel your way around it in this, you know, bleakness of a frozen forest or something. So that can actually throw you off. And even though you have your marker by using the wind, because the wind is actually set on the destination where you gotta go, since those are white wind streaks on the white forest and snow, it's really hard to make out. So navigating this part of the map is always a little bit iffy. It's just something you have to learn. Anyway, we've made our way over to Takeshi's castle. Well, okay, Takeshi's camp, I guess. But I just have to make that joke during each and every single run I do this game off because I think it's hilarious. And if you haven't seen Takeshi's castle, I pity you.
Are you Takeshi?
This won't be like hunting wild boar. Come over here and you'll see. Mongol archers guard the gate.
So what is the fastest way down a mountain? Well, jumping, obviously. So we'll make some death-defying jumps right here and now. Fun fact, if I miss the roll at the end of that jump, I will actually die. So, yeah, don't miss your rolls, guys. Could end lethally for you. Yeah, we got a patrol there. I'm actually gonna try something and just charge through them. Ah, sad. So the thing with the horse charge is I need resolve, obviously, to activate it, to actually charge. However, when I charge through an enemy, there is a 10% chance that I will actually regenerate some resolve, which allows me to do more charges. So whenever you see a patrol that is not too far out of your way, and you have some resolve to use the horse charge, it might be worth it to charge through them in order to, well, regain more resolve and do more charges. However, since the percentage is quite low, like I said, I think it's 10% or so. It doesn't happen very often, but it's just, you know, minor time save if you can get it to work. Obviously I didn't, so we will just be on our way to Fort Kaminodaki. All I know about Takeshi's castle is it's like our American version of Wipeout.
Time to head for the woodcut again.
Ah, yeah. Sounds like some people in chat are missing out on Takeshi's castle. Okay, guys, homework for the weekend after the marathon, obviously. Go to, I don't know where, probably YouTube, and search for Takeshi's castle and watch the hilariousness that is that show.
Back away from the edge. I'll be right.
Yuna's got some interesting friends.
Let's plan our attack.
You can see inside from over here.
Archers on that ridge will have a good view of the courtyard.
Alright, another one of my favorite bomb throws coming up in a moment.
You men with me. Everyone else get to the ridge.
Because once again, cool guys don't look at explosions, obviously. We go up on that roof. Ready our bombs. Throw it and assassinate that dude in the meantime. It's actually quite brutal what we just did if you think about it. But yeah, this fight again can be a little bit iffy depending on where the last few enemies are that you have to kill. Of course, that guy is... Oh my god, dude, what are you doing over there? Jesus Christ. He was like miles away from the rest of his buddies. Okay, where is Takeshi? There's Takeshi. I need you to come here. Good. So let's see if that one group actually respawns or not. It doesn't. Of course it respawned. For some reason this group sometimes respawns, sometimes it doesn't. It always takes another bomb to get rid of them. Anyway, just go through here, throw a bomb at these guys, kill everybody, be happy, continue on. Now this bomb throw through the gate is actually a little bit finicky to get right, but if you get it right and hit everybody, you can just continue running on, everybody dies. A little bit of a skip here by going under the structure. You're supposed to go over. And then we make our way into the second part of the fortress. More Mongols, more bomb throws. So you have to kill a certain amount of enemies inside here until you can continue, just like that. And then you can absolutely ignore these guys. And they're our allies. They've been coming in from the south to help us out.
Keep fighting!
You finally got here. Don't get too close. They'll see me.
Stay safe, Kenji.
I'm trying. Get away.
And now we have to kill all the guys around here.
It was my idea.
Somebody's still alive? Oh, there. Come on, people. It's like 8 guys against 1. Just kill him.
The fort is ours, my lord.
Yes, guys. Alright. We have reunited with our allies.
Everyone all right?
So that is good. I totally am an action hero. I mean, have you seen me play this game? Then again, I think it's not actually true. I mean, we did look at the explosion, but we also stabbed the guy and made him look too at his friends, how they go up in flames. And I guess that's even more brutal. Anyway, continuing on. Now that we have a stronghold and some allies, it's time that we actually go ahead and scout out the enemy's stronghold. You know, see if we can find some sort of weakness. So obviously this will be a stealth mission, so obviously we will totally ignore it.
Attack it, just like you did here. This is our last chance to stop him.
These flowers.
The same ones I used to make my poison.
Mongols have been here picking them.
To use against us.
Did we do the right thing?
So Nami is supposed to go over to the right there
Eager to stop the
and, you know, sneak around all these rocks and whatnot because nobody's allowed to see you here. But since we have the Mongol commander's armor, we can just put that on and walk straight in to the main entrance. Nobody cares. I mean, they care a little bit, but I don't care that they care. As long as they don't care too much. Took a smoke bomb here because you have to be absolutely undetected to be able to do that. Let's get the cutscene.
We'll scout Port Izumi from the top of the lighthouse.
Right behind you.
And then we do another survey from the top of this lighthouse.
Look at the way.
Now this is another one of these survey points where we don't actually have to look at everything. There will be 5 points of interest the game tells us to look at, but we'll only look at 4 of them.
The harbor master's estate. The Khan may have taken it for himself.
And conveniently, it's the middle one that we do not want to look at. So we look at the 2 on the right and the 2 on the left, and we'll skip the one in the middle.
Scared of something on its way.
The storm. Preparing to fly inland for shelter. The Mongols left that area empty.
And the game will be totally okay with that and just continue on. Interesting enough, this is also the shortest quest in the game. It takes about, I don't know, 3.5 minutes or so, if you do it correctly, so it's really short. Because we're already done with it. Okay, now that we have done that, it's time to mobilize our forces, right? Well, not quite. Because there's one last thing, as you know, Jin doesn't believe that we have enough forces yet to actually attack Port Izumi, where Khotun Khan and the rest of the Mongols are holed up. So he wants to go ahead and drop his uncle a message, you know, basically saying, you know, I know we are different, of different opinions when it comes to things, but we both want to kill the Khan, so why don't we join forces for one last fight together to rid our land of these invaders? And so, you know, he drafts the letter, and we then have to deliver it by sneaking into Castle Shimura. So yes, we have yet another stealth mission coming up. However, it will be a little bit of a special one,
I'm not letting you leave.
as you may see in just a minute. Also, you can get on the horse here, but Jim will immediately dismount because it's not his horse yet. But yeah, we actually get a proper new horse at this point. I will just go with this one because it's the closest one that we can grab.
I'm a friend.
What will you name this one?
Nobu.
Well, hey there, Dorian. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing good.
Good choice. How will you get inside your uncle's castle?
I grew up there, and I still remember every hidden path through those old walls. Even as a boy, Lord Shimura couldn't keep up with me.
Okay. Everybody, it is Fundoshi time. So remember when I told you, like right at the beginning, or near the beginning of the run, that we used the Mongol commander's armor? Because it heavily reduces the chance that enemies will detect you, and then we loaded that up with even further chumps that have the same effect. But the thing is, enemies is not necessarily correct, because what it does, the Mongol commander's armor, is that it reduces the detection speed by Mongols. And yes, Mongols are obviously about 90% of our enemies. However, we are about to sneak into Castle Shimura, where there are no Mongols. You know, it's a samurai stronghold. So the Mongol commander's armor would make the guys inside there more suspicious of you. Because, you know, why would there be a Mongol in Castle Shimura? So what we do instead is we equip the Fundoshi, which more or less serves the same purpose. We just can't fit other charms on it. And that will actually be the better stealth armor for this particular mission. Now, yes, you could also use the ghost armor for that because it has even further detection speed reduction. But the problem with the ghost armor is we use that so heavily during the run, and it's loaded up with a very particular charm combination that it's not worth it to replace that. And that is why we use the Fundoshi at this point. Even though, yes, technically the ghost armor would be even better. But only if you could get that charm loadout on it. So yeah, we just have, 80% naked dude run through Castle Shimura here on a mission to deliver a letter. Absolutely nothing suspicious whatsoever about that, am I right? Yo, Reek! Nice to see you too. Seems like all the guys are starting to wake up now. But yeah, if you've paid attention, this is basically the exact same way that we used to get into the castle back at the end of Act 2. But it's, for this portion, the exact same way that we used there. Ah, got the low jump. Sadness. No, you couldn't, because you can only have one loadout per armor set. You can't have different loadouts for the same set. Alright. Still gotta be a little bit careful around these guys because they can actually spot you. Dude, at least you're having breakfast. I can only get my breakfast in about 20 minutes or so when this run is over. Because I basically got up and started running. So after this speed run, there will be some speed eating in my house. While I'll stick around and watch Danny Sanj, do a speed run of Dark Souls 3. Sadly, I forgot which category it'd be, but I know it's glitchless, all bosses or something. I mean, it's definitely glitchless, I just don't know if it's all bosses or something else, but, once I am done in about a couple minutes here, stick around, because that one is gonna be hot. And with that, we have delivered our message to our uncle, so we basically only have one more thing to do here. And that is obviously to kill the Khan. So finally, you know, after all this preparation we have done, it is time for the last quest in the game. So let's do it.
What took you so long?
What do you mean what took you so long? It took me 6 minutes to deliver that message, you know. My lord. Lady is impatient. Alright, we will do one last shopping trip. We basically stock up on everything. No matter if it's needed or not. Just to have it. So we don't... Basically so that we have it if we need it. Ghost armor?
I have goods of all kinds.
Buy everything. Well, not everything. Also, the nice thing is I absolutely lose no time by doing this shop because we have to wait for Yuna to get to a particular point in the fort anyway, and time keeps progressing while you're shopping. So you can see Yuna walking there. Which also means I get a bit of a break here. Or just to make sure I have everything from around here if I need it. So for now, I would just stand right here and take a short break. So if you guys have anything to plug, go ahead, because this is basically the last break in the run.
Okay, yeah. So, as we're coming up to the end of this run, probably around 15 to 20 minutes, the next run is going to be by Danny. It is going to be an 80% glitchless run for the Dark Souls 3. Did have a little bit of a change. The incentive for the where was it? Soul of Cinder without armor or items has been met. Will be being done. Otherwise, for all the viewers today, you can go to our Twitter page or through the Tiltify, you can share our donation link to all your friends and family through Facebook or Twitter, and you can also retweet, like, and comment on our tweets that we have been sharing on our Twitter page.
Alright, and there is Yuna. That means we can start the quest. Perfect timing. Alright, just gonna skip a couple cutscenes here, and then we are in Port Izumi, where we'll do our last couple fights. So fingers crossed this goes good, because sometimes it has a habit of not doing that.
Jin.
Alright, so this will be a full-on frontal assault. We will have all of our allies helping us for the last couple fights here.
The Mongols are coming. We'll cut down anyone who gets through.
So we will go to the right of this gate and look straight across. And what that will do is, once these reinforcements come, they will all spawn on my left. And that is conveniently around this explosive barrel. So I can set them all ablaze and then quickly kill the rest that survived. And once they all go, more reinforcements will come up here, again by some explosive barrels, so we're just gonna light those guys up. They will just run away. More reinforcements by more explosive barrels. We're gonna light our sword on fire and just kill the rest of them. So I missed the commander somewhere. Where is he? There he is. And once he is dead, we have killed all the enemies. Well, that's pretty good. I mean, sadly, the commander didn't spawn with the other guys at my left right now. So I had to go a bit back and kill him, but all in all, pretty flawless execution right there. And now we will actually split up, where all of our forces will occupy the Mongols at the main gate, while Jin goes at it alone, infiltrates Port Izumi all by his lonesome to try and kill the Khan. So we are on our way to the big honcho. So we can just bypass all the enemies here. Just have to be careful to not die, because even though I could revive myself, do remember a boss fight is coming up. And obviously I want all my resolve for that. So all of this is about resolve management right now.
See the whole camp from there.
Drop a smoke bomb here just for safety, because we have to climb up this ladder and people could just go ahead and shoot us down, which obviously would lose us time. So at this point we see that Lord Shima is actually reinforcing us, so also the samurais are now fighting against the Mongols, which is pretty nice, even though we won't see anything of it. But we just have to make our way to Khotun Khan through these last few Mongols here. Again, be a little bit careful because I want all of my resolve. Just gonna do your best to dodge everybody, which can be a little bit iffy from time to time, but seems like it went good. Okay, just gotta go through the gate after changing our armor set. Woo, that was close. And there is the big bad. So we're gonna start this fight by kicking him in the face. And then of course using Dance of Wrath again. And another. And that ends this part of the fight. Now we're gonna switch over to the Kansai armor again. Gonna take care of these enemies. We are still not in the clear. I'm still very conscious about my resolve, because I actually want to regain it, or at least as much as I can. Now we are on the boat fight. This is basically a free-for-all with the boss fight in between. Or, you know, it's basically a duel, but with a lot of other people on the enemy side. Again, we just have to kill Khotun Khan to finish this. But first of all, we're gonna kill these guys by making all these barrels drop on their head. Gonna equip some sticky bombs, find the Khan, throw stickies at him. Hit him in between the explosions for some added damage. Totally missed my throw there. That gets us into the second phase. Gonna shoot these guys up there to get them out of my hair. Go another bomb throw. Stagger the Khan. Actually go into ghost stance. I get 4 strikes because I have a specific charm set up with that. Okay, I'm gonna break his weapon. So I get 1 more strike at him with that. And then we're gonna switch to Kunai, throw Kunai, hit him 2 times, and that's it. Oh, pretty good fight.
Aeshmah, is now a good time to interrupt with something?
Just in a second. And because I lied to you guys, this wasn't the last quest, because we still have 1 more to go through. But until we get there, I guess you can go ahead and look something.
Okay, yep, so right now we are doing a impromptu to promote a quick little donation for the next run for Dark Souls 3, which is going to be a quick little donate now to suggest for, you know, naming the character.
Alright guys, I guess you better go ahead and get your donations in, because we only have about 5 to 6 minutes, I want to say, left in this run. So, you know, time is running out. As far as I'm aware, you named the character at the beginning of the game, so donate. But yeah, as it turns out, killing the Khan isn't actually the end of this game, because there's one last thing that we have to do. Because now that we have more or less ended the Mongol invasion, you know, we still haven't taken back all the strongholds and stuff. You would probably have done that during a casual playthrough, but we didn't. Still, you know, for all intents and purposes, the invasion is at an end. And now that that is sorted out, our uncle wants to have a chat with us. And obviously, you know, Jin still loves his uncle. even though they are of a different opinion when it comes to certain things. So let's have a talk. Obviously, nothing bad will happen there. Alright. Everything is gonna be peachy in this very happy game. Alright, let's have a little ride. And you know what we do during rides, right? I mean, you've all been watching this one for the past 4 hours. Should know what we do. We get off our horse and jump. Because that is obviously the way to travel in Tsushima. Can you just imagine an island where everybody, you know, when they're going somewhere, just jumps all the time? I mean, not only would that look pretty funny, I guess, but it would also be quite the workout.
Start a new family. Yes.
I mean, you know, just imagine you're jumping all the time instead of walking.
Here, let us help you.
Do not trouble yourselves, my lord. Nonsense.
You can't do
Sounds
it
like quite the workout routine.
You are much too kind. Thank you, my lord.
Anyway, so to make matters short at this point, what's happening here is that basically, you know, Shimura tells Jin that he can't be trusted. You know, the ghost is too much of an outlaw, and they don't know if the people will accept the new samurai, because Jin has basically taught all the people of Tsushima to rebel against their masters and stuff like that. And Shimura has been tasked by the shogun to bring him the ghost's head. And we very much do like our head, right? It's pretty vital to the rest of the body. So, yep. Not gonna surrender that one. So, we will have to do one last boss fight, one last duel, against our very own uncle.
Family cemetery.
So, chat, you have about a minute to decide. What should we do? Should we kill or should we spare? Just type it in chat real quick, and we will go with that ending. Because we actually have the choice for an ending at the end of this one. So what do you guys want to see? Kill or spare? You have about a minute. Also, time is coming up really shortly, so do get ready on that. Basically, we do the fight, and once we make our choice, that will be time. We'll be calling it out. But, you know, it's coming up in a minute or so. First of all, we gotta have to do another haiku. Okay, chat seems to be heavily in favor of killing. Sadly, I don't think it will be a PB. My PB was 4 hours, 5 minutes and something. I guess this will be closer to 4 hours, 6 minutes. Depending on how the last duel goes, of course. But yeah, let's see how this goes.
Let me go in peace. The wounds you dealt my spirit will never heal.
Killing me will only make them worse.
I don't want to hurt you.
You want revenge for my failure.
This is not my revenge. This is not my revenge. This is...
Okay, time is coming up. We are gonna kill. Chat has decided. And... time.
I will make sure you are remembered.
And let's just watch the ending in silence.
A wise leader. And a father.
Thank you, my son. Find me in the next life.
I will.
Alright, that is the run, everyone. Thank you so much for the GGs. I think it was a 4 hours, 6 minutes and 33-second run, if I saw that correctly. So that is about 1 minute of my PB/world record. So all in all, pretty good run. I mean, there definitely was some jank going on from time to time. So sadly, we did not PB this time, but you know, can always be the next one. Anyway, thank you so much for the organizers for having me, for hosting this whole thing. I think this is once again a wonderful cause. Please, guys, go ahead and donate for that. You know, buy some merch or however you want to help out. We have some pretty killer runs still coming up. I mean, we have some Dark Souls 3 coming up next. I mean, you just gotta stick around for that, don't you? But yeah, that's it for me. Once again, thank you so much, and I guess I'm out of here. So I'm just gonna wave until somebody pulls me off.